never been peace in Congo. What is the problem? If we don't talk about it, who else is going to talk about it? I want as many Congolese, but Marge, I would want to call you to, I have sent you, my sister, the microphone. You help me for some time because there are too many, there's a lot of interest in this subject. And I need a strong hand to moderate together with me. Thank you very much, Marge. Thank you for coming in from Germany. I don't know how to greet you in Kalenjin, but the last time you left me in Tatas, you know, my phone went off. I didn't know. We didn't end properly. The Zimbabwe debate is picking good space, good speed, and I am very proud of you for having consistently said, Marge, doctor, don't keep quiet, come. We have now brought some sense of reasoning, and many Zimbabwean officials and the Zimbabweans themselves are saying those who call for sanctions must take responsibility now. So there, thank you very much. I know there is a person who had a person who wanted $200, which anybody, one of my daughters can pay. But if you choose to go to social media and you are choosing my company, when you only appeared on the show for 2 minutes and then I am also very proud guy, very dangerous when it comes to pride. Matanga is number one. You can go and get it. Deal with my office. I'm not the office. My company has got 42 employees. All of them are well paid. Nobody complains in the public. So, Marge, don't worry about it. These are the malcontents who suffer a lot of problems within their own systems in Zimbabwe. And you can see a ZANU-PF calling himself a diehard of ZANU-PF, trying to harass a man who has supported Zimbabwe voluntarily without a pay for 22 years. And I think if these are the type of people that we are for $200, Matanga, somebody who sees Matanga cannot pay $200, or you have just been paid to malice my name. I don't, first of all, even to fly to any African country. I don't sit in economy. I pay my tickets. What about $200? But anyway, don't worry. Ladies and gentlemen, hazards of political science brings us where we are. Marge, test the microphone. Test the microphone, my sister. This thing is hot today. It's very hot. So you test it in preparations for fireworks. We want to know what can we do to save Congo? What can we do to bring peace in Congo? How can we bring peace in Democratic Republic of Congo? Are the minerals the source of the trouble? Is ethnicity, tribalism, regionalism, the tall people of the East, discrimination of the Rwandese, Congolese, Tutsi? Tell me, is it just bad leadership? Mobutu was there, but Mobutu never had this type of divisions. You could not touch any territory of Congo and stay there. He will sweep you out of Congo. What is the problem of Congo? Is it just external forces? Is it France? For me, I'm always honest. It is France. France now knows that East African heads of state want peace, and they will get that peace. Believe me or not, there is no way you are going to stop the East Africans from getting peace. So let me bring my other co-host, Hannah. Your application is accepted with full credentials. Marge, test the microphone, my sister, before I go further and we open the session.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much, Dr. Matsanga. Yes, I'm happy to be here in the space, and I'm looking forward to listen to the input from the people, and especially the people of Congo, because you see, those are the ones we want to hear what their perspectives are, and the solutions that they are providing. So I will be listening very keenly, and just to, I'm hoping for a very good, productive interaction. Uh, Back to you, Dr. Matanga.
I'm here. I am
Yes.
hearing you, yes?
Yes, I will be. I want to give the Congolese a go first, and then I'll speak later.
Okay. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring you up to co-host with me, where I go with age catching up with me. You come in to supplement. Let's do that cooperation. Hannah, welcome to the show. Thank you very much, Marge from Germany. Hannah from Mogadishu. Is it Mogadishu or you are in London now? I don't know, but Mogadishu seems to be very hot. And so many things, the terrorists have come back to town. They have been chased away from the villages. Well, good job, good job, good job. If they had given us the will, especially we Ugandans, we would have marched them to Indian Ocean. I swear, there would be no more war there. I would on this one. I give President Museveni credit. Yeah, when it comes to security, we wanted to march these people. What they call in Kenya, omundu homundu, a person on person. We would have arrived with them in Indian Ocean. We would not have this mess today. But the UN, AU said, no, we don't want more troops in that place. The few troops that are there will manage. Now you can see where the problem is. There's another region trying to become a state within a state. So we have so many multiple problems which we shall be discussing on this space. And I'm able to bring them to you, pointing the hotspots. Hannah from Mogadishu.
Thank you very much, Dr. David, Marge. I can see
Come
Saki.
closer to
Come
the phone,
closer
we
to
hear
the
you.
phone. We hear you. Yes, I said good evening, good afternoon, good night, good morning, wherever you are. Thank you, Dr. David, Marge, and everybody else is in the space. I would also like to recognize my granddaughter, Rukia. Yeah, for me, finding Congo's solution, I would like to hear the Congolese. Maybe their solution would also provide a way out for me as a Somalian, because African problems are more or less similar. Uh, Congo and Somalia are more or less in a similar situation if it comes to the minerals and the resources. Yes. Ethnicity difference, yes, that we are meant to think, but we are not different. We are all the same. I believe we'd get there one day, one time, an African united. And I welcome the first step of considering and putting Congo on the list for East Africa Federation. So let's hear from Congos. Would this speed up the peace process? Will it contribute? And what is the solution, as Dr. Mathanga has put there on the space? Is it minerals? Is it ethnicity? Is it bad leaders, or is it just faith? I don't believe it's faith. All Africans are not doomed, so it cannot be faith. Then what is it? Back to you guys on the space. Would like to give it to the first person, but before I give back the mic to Daktari.
Thank you very much. The rules for this engagement on this platform are simple. You don't insult anybody. You don't use vulgar language. You don't interrupt people when they are talking. You ask for permission, put up your hand, go to your signs and put up your hand. I will choose you. You wait and they make a rebuttal. No foul language, no evidence, no allegations without evidence. I think, Marge, we have learned from yesterday that every time when somebody says, Changarai said this, Chemisa said this, I brought that evidence. So today, don't accuse people without evidence and bring it here, saturate it to us. Let people listen. So across the bridge, there is no worry anymore. And across the bridge, as we speak, you are also going to be live on Punchline Africa Television. Somebody is speaking. Mr. Love from Tanzania, mute your phone. Mute your phone. Mute your phone. Yes. You are live on Radio Punchline Africa TV live. I can see my brother from Congo, Benjamin Lukute Bauma. I want you to come up quickly because you are the first person who asked me that you wanted to speak. I have sent you the mic. I invite you to come up. Sorry, I sent you a wrong mic. Come up and speak. Thank you very much, brother Bauma. Let's begin with Albert. You are the number one. Our platform, the first platform was going into almost 50, 60 people. We got cut off. The French are listening. We better tell them so that they listen properly today. Albert Gaseke, tell us, open up the microphone for us. Tell us, open the floor. What is it? The minerals. Are they the minerals? Is it ethnicity? Is it bad leadership? Is it external darker forces? Or is it just fate? You know, there are human beings in Africa who have fate. Every time he goes down the street, he beats somebody. Or he knocks his his shoe. He knocks somebody's car. He gets an accident. People could be having fate. Do we have fate in Congo? Open up. The microphone is yours.
Thank you so much, Doctor. My name again is Albert, and I'm excited to be part of this conversation. Obviously, like many have said, Congolese people may know better what's not working and what is working and why. But we can also speculate, we can also give some suggestions because we are Africans, and some of the Congolese issues are not just for Congolese. We see these issues spreading to other countries. The issue of minerals, the issue of ethnicity, the issue of bad leadership. Those are the issues that are common to many African countries. And I think, in my view, Congo's issues is a combination of so many factors, including obviously bad leadership, including the curse of minerals. You've heard of this thing called the curse of minerals, where countries that have so much minerals and natural resources, they tend to have so many conflict. And my issue has been, why does it only happen? At least, why does it happen in Africa so frequently than, let's say, in Arab countries? Countries like Qatar, countries like Saudi Arabia, they do have so many natural resources, but we don't see so many conflicts. So with that, I would rule out the issue of minerals alone. And then how about leadership? Obviously, I think leadership is part of it. And starting from even the Belgian colony, when Congo was part of the Belgian colony, we know that Belgium has underdeveloped this country, has divided this country so much that we can't ignore the consequences of the colonialism on Congolese people. So going to the independence period when Museveni and Kasavubu were the president, we know that what happened to revolutionary leaders like Lumumba. We know that uh, back then, from the Belgians wanted to split the country into many parts to make it very hard for people like Lumumba to rule the country. And then they used Mobutu to rule the country. Mobutu tried so hard, but still the country never developed. The country still had issues. Mobutu, instead of building the country, every time there was a threat, he would go to the mercenaries to buy to shop for mercenaries to come and pacify the country. Every time there was a rebel group, instead of attacking the issues from the roots, uh, building this Congolese identity as opposed to so many tribal, identifying people identifying themselves as in terms of tribes. Mobutu didn't do a good job with that. He's better, obviously, than what we see right now. At least the country was peaceful. At least there was not so many conflict back then. But we know that in terms of development, in terms of the quality of life in Congo, it was not good. And then coming to 90s when Mobutu was defeated by the Rwanda supported movement, then we saw another wave of issues, which also involve obviously so many political issues. But to me, I think the issue of Congolese, or at least the Congolese government, is a combination of all the factors you've laid out, Doctor. Minerals, bad leadership. But obviously, for me, it's not fate. I think with good leadership, I think with Congolese people being united, I think Congo can do some good strides and can develop. See the countries like Botswana. Botswana has so many minerals and so many natural resources. I think they are the second on the planet in terms of having diamond, and we see how they are doing, how they're using those resources to the benefit of all the people from Botswana. So Botswana is a good example of how Congo, with a good leadership, how Congo would look like. Now Botswana is, I think, in the top 5 actually high-income countries now, and it's only Botswana, Mauritius, Seychelles, and if we say that the issue is minerals, then why would Botswana be almost rich? Now, I mean, Botswana is really a developed country, peaceful, and the average income of a person from Botswana is we're looking at more than $17,000 a year per capita. So, with that, I believe that with good leadership and addressing the issue from the roots, I think Congo can really make good strides and develop. But that will depend on not only on one leader, but it will depend from the people, the culture. Do people want to be together? You talked about how now they are discriminating their Kinyarwanda speaking citizen. That's a counter productive method. So Congo will not develop when they look into tribes, when they are still divided across tribal lines. It started now. It's people who speak in Rwanda, the Tutsis from the Eastern Congo. But yesterday it was Baluba. Baluba were also discriminated, and then when Baluba not, there will come another ethnicity. So I think this is a good conversation we need to have, and I'll be curious to see what the Congolese people say about this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Albert Gaseke. For you, it is a combination of the minerals, ethnicity, bad leadership, but not fate. Is it that I can
That's
get
correct. That's correct. It's
Yes.
not fate. Yes.
not fate? There is a factor that you have eliminated, which we external influence. Is there a possibility of external European influence from the headquarters of Paris, where we always get instructions that when the former president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is hammering up a peace agreement, there are external powers that killed Libya, that dismantled Libya, that are watching and are saying, if Congo gets peace, we have nothing coming from Congo. Don't you think yourselves, as anybody coming next? I can see several Congolese here who have come. I will give them chance. I will give also some commanders of M23, at least I've identified 3. I will give them a chance also to tell us why the fighting continues to go. It goes on, people are dying. But let me hear one opinion from my Tanzanian brother. Then I come to the Congolese speaker, Mr. Benjamin Likute Bauma. And then I come to another Congolese, but this time from Eastern Congo, Safi, Commander Safi. Then I will come to Fred Oko from, no. Fred, you have just come. Abidi from Mogadishu. I would need to hear from you. Then I will come to my friend, the Congolese, another one. In that order, please, don't mix it up. Mr. Tuni.
Dr. Terry, I've sent you a message. If you could
I've
kindly
seen,
have
yes.
a look at it.
I've seen the message, Turi Naho from Congo. Then I will come to my daughter, my granddaughter, Ruki. But you have not, I've sent you, Ruki Botan. I sent you a speaker's microphone. You are not picking up. Can you pick up now? There you are. Let's see whether it will accept you. If not, I will request one person to leave a lady to speak. Are you picking up the microphone? Yes. There you are. You come in. Yes. Thank you very much. Let's go from our brother from Tanzania. What is the problem? Are they minerals? Tanzanians have been there. Tanzanian troops, TPDF, lost 52 people in cold blood. They withdrew their troops from Congo. They put their contingent under the UN, MONUSOC, is it, whatever you call it, that is a useless group there. So thank you very much, Mr. Lofi from Makuza from Tanzania. Ndugu mpenzi, habari yako, endelea sasa.
Nzuri sana. Thank you so much, Dr. David. And thank you so much for the team that we have met here together. Can you hear me very well?
100%. And
Exactly.
Your voice is very audible from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you all for the invitation, at least to say something on this forum, on the space. I think what I can say, when you say Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, and whatever we say, whatever is found in Africa, first of all, it comes as Africa first. So we are Africans, and all the problems that are happening in Africa touch everyone, to every nation. So the only problem that I can see here, we have to ask first of all, that who is responsible putting the government of Congo into power? Are the citizens themselves? Or we have other people outside of Congo who are putting the government into power? That is the main problem that we can even start from there. Because if the real citizens, the indigenous of Congo, are the ones who are responsible to put the government into power, even the quality of the leaders that are needed to rule Congo, maybe with those qualities that are required. But if there are some external forces out of Congo, that means the leaders of Congo are not serving the interest of their own citizens, but rather than serving the interest of the external forces. So the problems here, because of minerals, the natural resources which are found in Congo, they attract the external forces. The external forces put these people into power and save their interests. And this can come within the Africa itself or even outside of Africa, either from the Western countries, Asian countries. All this can even lead to whatever we can see and hear what is happening in Congo. So to me, I can say, I don't think and I don't believe if the indigenous are playing their role or have been given their mandate to put the right government that will serve their interests. The only problem I can see here is the external forces which are playing a very bad and a great role to put these people, wrong people, in the government, while they will be there spending a lot of time and the natural resources to save the external forces with their own interests. But if the Congolese can be left out, that choose the one you need to lead yourself, I think some of the problems we can be hearing, normal problems, which we can even hear from other countries. But it's better the external forces to stop putting what we call, what can you call? These are puppets. I can even call them puppets, just brought by the external forces. The external forces are playing a great role in putting wrong people in the government and trying to save the interest of their own, but not the citizens of Congo itself. Thank you so much, Dr. David.
Thank you very much, ndugu mpenzi kutoka Tanzania. Tunashukuru sana for the few words that you have said. And thank you very much. You said the combination also of several factors, but who brings these leadership? Who brings these mineral buyers? Who is buying these minerals? Who is buying these minerals? Let me hear from a Congolese himself. Then I will come to my sister, my daughter, grandchild, Ruki. Then Safi, Commander Safi. Then Abdallah Goliath. We hear from those, then we go in that line. Welcome, Wanda. I can see you online. Let's hear from the Congolese. There's a suggestion on the wall that let's first hear from the Congolese themselves. Sir, take the microphone. Benjamin Likute Bauma from Congo.
Okay, thank you so much. Asante sana. Jambo yenu nyibote. Nanusalimia kujina ya watoto wa Congo. Nadhani watu kati yenu hapa watu mingi wiko nasikia Swahili. Swahili yangu ni Swahili ya Congo. Saidi yangu inapishana na hii ya watu ya Tanzania, Kenya and so on. So nanusalimia kujina ya watu wote ya Congo. So brothers and sisters, I started in Swahili just to tell you that we are one people. Swahili is African language, a Bantu language. So we are one people. I really, really appreciate the intervention of the two people who were before me, Mr. Albert Gaseke and I think Mr. Loth Makuza from Tanzania. They did summarize almost everything that I'm about to say now. The question that we are trying to debate tonight is, are the problems of DRC minerals, ethnicity, bad leaders, or a fact? And then I think, Mr. David, you forgot, but you put it on your comment when you were talking about the external forces. As for me, what I can say, I think I can say that out of all those elements that you put, I can put them in terms of priorities, like the major ones and the minor ones. So, but I will completely eliminate the fact, the faith. There is no faith. Really, the major problems that we do have is where I appreciate the intervention of Mr. Loth. When he said about Africa, we are Africans, means we have the same problem. It's an illusion to think that the problem of Congo is only Congo. No, it's a problem of Africa. All of us, we saw how Mr. Gaddafi was killed, and we know why and who killed Mr. Gaddafi. To come back to our problems, I said we are Africans. All of us, we have same problems. Africa in the beginning, allow me to go back a little bit. Africa in the beginning, before the coming of Western countries, most of us as Africans, we had our own kingdoms. We were governing ourselves. After our kingdoms, people coming from the East, from Asian countries, they came to take us like slaves. Though slavery was between us before, but the people of Asia, they came to emphasize the increased slavery. I have my own grand uncle who disappeared. He went as a slave. We never saw him. So after these people, the Western countries came. Why I'm going back to the history? It reminds us that either the Arab people or Western countries, when they came in Africa, it was for economic reasons. During the time of slavery, they were taking us as a slave, as a labor for the economic reasons. And the same also with Europeans. They came to take us like slaves to go to work on the farms. And then they discovered all those minerals. Now, I don't want to go to emphasize a lot about the past. What I would like to raise here is to make all of us aware that is for economic reasons that these people, they came. And those reasons, they didn't disappear. After we gained our independence is African countries, I think Mr. Loth spoke about that. He spoke about the puppets. Western countries, they put puppets to rule our people, to rule our countries. The question that Mr. Loth did put about who is designing who is appointing the leaders, is it the people or the Western powers? To answer those questions is very important. All of us, it's not a secret. We know that those leaders, puppets, as Mr. Loth called them, they are appointed by Western powers. We have in the Western Africa a big people that the French colonies, they have a money that they call franc CFE, former French colonies. It's the money that they're using. All of us, we know that when they export gold, the minerals, all those stuff in Europe, the strong currencies that they get, the money is launched there in the Bank of France. And then what France does, They print the papers, and they give them this CFA money, use them, but all the money remain in France. So in another way or another, the colonization of these countries are still there. It's the same also, as I said, the Arab people, European people, they came in Africa for economic reasons. We must not illusion ourselves as they came for economic reasons. Being said, the situation of DRC is controlled by the Western powers. From Mobutu, Lumumba tried to put democracy, as it was not in the aim of these people to let African people to lead themselves. They did topple Lumumba, they killed him, they used Mobutu. For 32 years, Mobutu ruled Congo. They were well backed by Western countries. This situation is a situation all over. Congo, during the time of Mobutu, Mobutu was ruling all the Central Africa, Rwanda, Burundi, all those countries. The Western countries, they were using it to control
Is it that
everything.
I'm the one who is not getting Benjamin?
Hello?
Just asking.
Maybe we can get him. So maybe you can log out and come back again. Maybe you have issues with your mic. Just log out and get in. I'll admit you because we can all hear him.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Please continue, Benjamin. Yeah.
Okay, I was saying that all those, what I would like to show here is that Africa is still controlled by Western powers, but they use issues like ethnicities. I'm sure some of people, they will come here to say, no, there is an ethnicity in Congo. There is no ethnicity in Congo. We are controlled by Western powers. They are ruling us. So they create these problems. This case of Gaddafi was killed, Lumumba was killed, and so on. So people, they will come here to raise issue of ethnicities just to distract us. And this is why I did appreciate a lot the speech of Mr. Loth, because Mr. Loth did understand the problem that we have. External forces for the economic reason, minerals, they come to control us for their own benefits. Now they use factors like ethnicities to justify what they're doing here in Africa. So there is not a fact. These were the summary that I would like to, I don't want to take long, but I try to summarize the situation so that all of us, we can understand what is happening. We are Africans. We have a problem with the external forces who are using African people to disturb us for their own benefit. Thank you so much.
Thank you much, Benjamin. For you, it is not ethnicity. No. Then, if I may ask, if it is not ethnicity, what is going on between the west of Congo with the east of Congo? Those problems seem to be growing and the people are shouting at each other. The creation of the Eastern Congo militias. Why? If it is not ethnicity.
Okay.
Wait. Is it negligence? Pure negligence? You have neglected them. The other time, when Kabila was being voted out during the voting session of Kabila elections, or when they were voting Tshisekedi, is it? Yes. When that voting took place, over 2.5 million people in Congo did not vote. Some of them never saw even a returning officer. Some of them in the north don't know that there's a capital city called Kinshasa. So we are today, don't blame us for having brought in this. It is not a blame, it is just a solution. We are trying to find a solution. Perhaps if it is not ethnicity, according to you, what else is a problem? You have actually answered it very well. You have said external factors, influence, namely from the colonial master who wants to divide you on what? Isn't it on ethnicity lines? Are they not on the, how does the colonial master divide you? Is he dividing you on the minerals? Is he dividing you on ethnicity? Is he dividing you through your leadership, your poor leadership? Or is it just like a curse that since Patrice Lumumba was killed and never buried properly, there is a problem? That is that is in some joking way. There could be a problem in African culture. We have not cleansed, we have not buried this son of Africa properly. Some people killed him and went and hid his bones. They hid his bones in a fridge from 1961 up to 2021 when they finally released the bones. What do you think of the African gods, the African culture, where the children have been looking for their father? They can't have their father. They can't see their grandfather. But the grandfather had been killed. And nobody came up to tell us where Patrice Lumumba was. Nobody. All of us Africans, all of us cried. We have been crying songs. Very many songs from Congo cry about Lumumba. But the people who actually killed him are just in Brussels. Even the government in Brussels, several prime ministers, several kings have come and gone. But nobody told us that we have the body or the remains of Patrice Lumumba. These are some worrying issues to an African country. So let me not take much time. Let me, if you have a rebuttal about that or clarification, you shoot up your hand. We shall give you the chance to clarify. But let me now spice it a bit before I bring another gentleman from Congo. I saw the commander here. Our commander has left, or he's down here. Commander from M23, don't leave. I've sent you the microphone. Come back. Rookie, let's bring our sister from Somalia. The conflict in Somalia is a direct conflict. You can feel it. At least you know who is killing you. The ones who are killing you are just within a group of Al-Qaeda and the Mujahideen and other people. And they came and crowded there. They found space. They have created chaos after the Americans left hurriedly with their trousers in the knees. So here we are. What is the problem of Congo? Is it any of the above orders? None. Mr. Benjamin says no. Ethnicity is just being used as some conduit, a pawn. The real thing is the external guys. Have your say, my sister. The mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. David. And hello to everyone. Greetings to everyone. I think I'm going to answer that question. I like the gentleman before how he spoke. I just wanted to kind of step back a little bit. Two things. In terms of Somalia, we as Somalis, I think there was a time in history in Somalis where, just like a lot of our West African brothers, where they looked westward, we looked eastward. I think now the African continent is realizing the solution is within, and that we have to look inside our continent to not just talk about the problems in our corner of the world, but also connect with each other, whether you're in the diaspora or if you're back home. And so I think, what Hannah said earlier, DRC problem is a Somalia problem. It's a Kenyan problem. It's a Ugandan problem. It's a Nigerian problem. It's all of us problem. And I think the sooner we realize that we are much more interconnected than our colonial history tell us, the more we can find the solution within. Two things in terms of in terms of Somalia, you're right. Somalia, the enemy is clear. And the good news is, since 2012, Somalia has been a country that has been coming together, sometimes slow, but there hasn't been a falling apart. Since 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, we were finally no longer considered transitional. We became an official federal government. And Somalia had conflict, but now it's not about clans or political entity. It's about government and the Somali people on one side, and a foreign concept of foreign organization in the other side. And now we have been fighting them. The country has corner from corner. Al-Shabaab is on the run. And I think that Somalia might be very well open to business very soon. I hope I will see many of my brothers within Africa to come to Somalia and invest in and explore the great Indian Ocean and the continent and the country. That's the part about Somalia. The part about DRC. I was reading an article actually, and this is very interesting. People say, I see a lot of the Western hypocrisies where they like to point the fingers at two things. Something to do with ethnicity, which is a lie. The other thing is to blame China and other Asian countries who may be part of the problem, but they are not exclusive to the problem, and definitely not the historical aspect of this problem. So there was an article that came out that was saying that Apple, Tesla, and Intel, these are big I don't have to explain what these companies are, everyone knows them, may source conflict minerals through failing responsible mineral schemes. So there's this scheme that they set up. Can you imagine? So the ex-colonials, or still colonials, have set this scheme up called the ITSCI, and they were supposed to provide due diligence support to enable responsible trading, right? Because we all know, and I'm being sarcastic here, that somehow what's happening in Congo and the exploitation of people and the resources are responsible trading. We know that's absolutely not the truth. So anyway, these companies the article said that many companies use this scheme were responsible for using the same scheme that was supposed to be the guardian of fair trade, actually to smuggle minerals and resources. And so the problem of DRC is first and foremostly still a problem of the colonial roots and the colonial history. It's about Western exploitation of African resources. And it's not just a problem for DRC. Of course, DRC has these rich minerals that puts it on the international stage. But they have been exploiting us years and years and years before independence of these African countries, and they continue to exploit us today. But I'm going to push one thing back. Yes, these things are true, but are we then just victims? Are we just innocent bystanders? That's not the case, right? The case is, and I think you put on the title there, bad leadership, right? Because a patriotic leadership, leaders who know that they are there for the people, that these resources, instead of taking bribes, instead of being used as a puppet, you can actually invest. You have already all the answers. You have the richest minerals in the world. The world's governments are trying to find a way to exploit your people, exploit your lands. Why don't you use these resources to create an inclusive government, right? An inclusive government that provides jobs for these young underage children that are forced to work in these miners because of poverty, right? So bad leadership is always the key component here. During when Somalia and other countries in Africa were trying to gain independence, there's always going to be collaborators. There's always going to be, unfortunately, within our people who don't see the big picture, people who are too afraid and too cowardly to be visionary, to have the courage to say, you know what, we Africans deserve better leaders. And don't even think Africa. We as a DRC, we as a Congos, we as a Ugandans, we as a, whatever individual country within the continent, we deserve better. And then act with that, with that generosity and that place that says we can benefit from these resources. And the other thing, finally, to kind of, is that one of the things that was very interesting about the report was they linked a Swiss businessman called Chris Huber, who was apparently under criminal investigation by war criminals in war crimes in DRC, used the scheme, launder the minerals through 3 companies that were based in Rwanda. Imagine that. So it means that not only are we being exploited, we're also they're using these borders and countries that was created during the colonialism to to exploit. So I was surprised when I heard that this man is actually setting shops in next door Rwanda. Maybe the government or the people are not aware of that, but the point is that they create these borders, these man-made borders, to divide us through nationalities, religion, ethnicity, whatever. Sometimes even the same nationality, ethnicity, and all that, we still get drawn up. And then we're told that we are different from one another, that we don't speak to each other, that we don't collaborate with each other. We have closed our borders to each other. And then they can free and nearly come into these different countries in Africa and do what they want. And our leaders are just puppets with suits that take pictures, that some of them probably went to fancy universities in the Western world to use words like sustainability and growth. They mean nothing. They're empty words. And that's essentially sorry. Yeah, I'm on give me a yeah. Sorry. So I lost my train of thought, so I'm gonna pause. But I really enjoyed learning from especially the people from Congo who spoke about the issue. And I will say that these kind of spaces, I've said that so many times before, we need more of these spaces, and we need more to go down above, a lot of times it's surface level, but I like what Dr. David is doing is going deeper and kind of provoking us. I see that you're provoking us to really dive deep and away from the, superficial titles and superficial problems and say, what are the true problems? And personally for me, I'm not 100% familiar with DRC's internal politics, but I am aware enough to know that a lot of these, even though our geographic might be unique, each country has their unique a set of problems. There's an overarching theme. These are colonialism. It's modern day colonialism. It's terrible leaders and puppet leaders that don't represent the people, and it's an abstractions institutions that only believes in taking away from the people of Africa instead of investing in them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruki, my granddaughter. Thank you very much for that summary. I think you have defended me so well as my lawyer, and I am now very happy if you added on with your aunt, your my daughter with you. With the world can be very good on fire. So thank you very much. I just wrote to provoke. Please don't kill me. I wanted to provoke people's minds. Is it ethnicity, Benjamin? Don't think I'm not aware of what goes on there. But I just wanted us to discuss what is the problem. Before I bring in Safi, because we agreed we shall bring in the Congolese themselves. We have listened to Mr. Benjamin, a Congolese. I don't know, he didn't tell us whether he comes from west or east or Ngoma or Lubumbashi or Katanga province or the Kinshasa or near Bemba, the Central African Republic up there. Before I bring in Safi, the Safi is one of the few people who have lost, who have been refugees in camps across one of these countries. I don't know whether Safi was in Uganda or Rwanda, but he will explain himself. Commander Safi, boss, you have been both on the ground in both territories. What is the problem here?
I thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I appreciate whoever submit his input or her input here. It's so amazing because I learn from you guys, and I really appreciate what Lot said from Tanzania. It was very productive, and also Albert, and also Rakia. Rakia, she brought up like the general issue African has. It's not only Congo. And of course, I would like to thank Benjamin. It's very rare to find some Congolese. Maybe he's not from East Africa, East Congo. I don't know, but it's very rare to find some Congolese who have this mentality, who doesn't look the problem of Congo in division or in Rwanda. Most of Congolese now, they think their problem is because of Rwanda, which is very funny because Congo shouldn't look their problem caused by Rwanda. They should understand the root causes of the problem we have in Congo. Me, who's saying, my name is Safi Gaju. I'm from Eastern Congo. I was born in Congo, but suddenly, because of this ethnicity conflict, this problem you saw in East Africa and I mean in Eastern Congo, uh, I left Congo since 1996. I went to Rwanda. Up now I'm in Kigali, but most of the time I'm in camp. Like when my mom is in the camp, but me, just because of school, I come to Kigali to continue in university. So the problem we have in Congo, it's Western power actually, because even ethnicity is the product of what colonizers used. Because we remember the method they used of um, divide to rule. So when you understand deeply why Congolese right now are facing endless conflict, it's because they never understand the problem. They never understand the problem actually we have. So immediately you can understand why ambassador of Italy died in a village. He in official visit so that he can die like that? You can understand why there were incidents of Monisco car and then they found cobalt in that car. Cobalt. So actually, Monisco, which has been trying to find a solution of Congo 22 years, they never find a solution. But now you can understand, instead of fighting Monisco, now Congolese are protesting against East African forces. They are brothers and sisters. Instead of fighting Monisco, which has been there 22 years without solution, they are fighting their brothers. You see the mentality Congolese we have? It's very sad. So what we want actually is leader like Burkina Faso. Now you can see the revolution which is going on. They understand the problem. Now they are eliminating France troops. You can see Mali. They understand their problem now. France is losing power in Africa, and that's the point we have to look up. We shouldn't look up. We shouldn't fight Kenya. You shouldn't fight Tanzania. You shouldn't fight Rwanda. You should fight who create all these problems. Who killed Gaddafi? Who made Somalia look like that? Why Somalia has endless conflict? Why? Is it because Somalian they hate each other deeply like long time ago? Was it like that before colonialism? Was it like that? No. So if as African we can understand the root causes of our problems, then that's how our country or Africa in general will develop. African people will live in harmony. Because we can say also it's because of minerals. Yes, minerals is it, but also we can look at Botswana, we can look at South Africa, we can look at other African countries which has those minerals, but they know how to manage. It's actually because of bad leaders. As Lord said, all leaders we have are they citizens who choose, like, we vote for our leaders in Congo? Hell no, because they are serving those people who put them in power. Because if Kisegeti can buy a car for 5 million like that, and people in Congo they don't complain, it's very funny. Like, you buy a car of 5 million There are people who are poor, very poor. Congo is one of the poorest country in the world, but the president is buying a car of $5 million. And we are now Kinshasa is dirtiest capital city in Africa.
Safi, maybe he's buying it for protection. Just a joke. He has to
Yes.
protect himself from the same poor people. What do you think?
No, it's to show off because he doesn't care. He just want to show people that he's very rich. Even he want to look maybe like Jay-Z. I don't know. He I mean, it's very, and like it doesn't mean anything for Congolese who are suffering. And Kinshasa now is the dirtiest city in Africa. So it means it can even be dirtiest city in the world. Is it because of what? It's because bad leaders. It's not because like
Safi,
yes.
I'm sorry to interject. I just wanna, cause you've said it like several times. Uh, we've had good leaders, and you've given examples. And so, why do you think we were not there to protect those good leaders? Why? Because at the same time, we are complaining about bad leaders, and yet now we can point out we had good leaders, but we never protected them, we never spoke out about them. I
Y-
mean, if we protected them, they would not go, they would not have been taken. If one of us did not point the finger or give him away. So I mean, how are we going to move forward from here? How is it that we have good leaders but we got rid of them? We have bad leaders that we can't get rid of them.
Actually, that's a good question. But what I can say is because they have protection. Monisco is there to protect bad leaders because they are serving Monisco. That's
We seem to have lost.
yeah.
Okay.
Congolese trying to some Congolese who understand the issue. They were even trying to protect against the Monisco. It's which fight those people. They even kill some. Imagine to kill your citizen who are protesting against kill them. So actually, we don't like we want Pan Africanism in Congo. Like we want leader like the one who is ruling now Burkina Faso, Mali, Botswana. Like immediately you can understand how our leaders are incompetent. They are trying to fight Moise Katumbi. They're saying he's not Congolese. Can you imagine? He has been serving Congo long time ago, former governor of Katanga. But right now, because he's trying to be a president, they say he's not Congolese. You see how incompetent they are. So actually, we should fight against whoever is brought up division politics. That's what I think. Division, segregation. It should be. It should be. How can I say? It should be old politics. We should find it as the cheapest politics. You shouldn't bring to the table in this. Thank you so much.
All right. All right. Safi, Commander Safi, don't go away. Just stay there. You have actually touched the nerve point, the political nerve points of Congo. A few weeks ago, we saw chants of Kenya must get away, Kenyatta. Someone went on TikTok and broadcast a very dangerous, misleading, misinforming the public, the world, about the role of East African mediation delegation or mediation boss, the former president of Republic of Kenya, who was seconded by the East African Community heads of state and the African Union and the world at large to find a solution for Congo. This gentleman seated in Paris, accorded a few dollars in in that poor country called France, where most of the blacks stay in cardboards instead of houses. And they come around and they say they love Africa. We love Africa. Someone went on TikTok and broadcast. I believe all of you have seen that message. I don't need to play them here again. But you heard what this guy was trying to say, which actually goes back, Benjamin, you said there was no ethnicity in DRC Congo. There was no xenophobia. I think the actions of this gentleman were more xenophobic than even what we are describing here. This gentleman was in Paris, accorded by some multinational companies to besmirch the name of former president of Kenya, and to tell Kenyans to get out of Congo. What have Kenyans done wrong in DRC Congo? And if they want them out, whom do they want in? Isn't it a shame that after 20 years of MONUSCO and the UN peacekeeping forces, nobody's even taking up a responsibility to tell them to leave, but you are telling fellow Africans who want to stabilize the country, who want to bring all the warring parties together to leave. Safi, you are very close to the commanders of M23. What's your problem? Why haven't you stopped completely fighting? Are you being... No, wait first. I'm coming. I'm landing the question. Are you again being attacked? Because there are listeners, there are people here listening on behalf of the East African community. Maybe they will be able to advise the mediation team. Are you being attacked by the Congolese army? Are you gaining fresh territories? What is the real problem here? We have 132 groups on Congo seated. They are seated, is a landmine seated, waiting to blow. Now, today, this morning, I added another problem, which is a complex problem. And Oite, you are on the platform. I think you'll have to answer this from Uganda. Where are the Afghanistans who were brought by America? Where are they? Oite, you have to come up there and tell us. Are they not the people again slaughtering us, stealing our identity cards? The gentleman who bombed people in a church had an identity card of Kenya. But when they looked further, he was not even a Kenyan. So where are these Afghanistans? Where did you allow them to go? Oite, you are on this platform. You'll have to come up here and tell us some hard answers. Because we, as Africans, we are trying to find a solution. How do you bring Afghanistan, some of them Jihadin, some of them Taliban, and then you say you'll sort them in Uganda? Where are you sorting them from? Is there a sorting center in Uganda? Where show me one setting center in Uganda that is sorting these Afghanistan guys. Are these not the ones who are going to join ADF and start killing us again? African, what's wrong with Africa? Are we all right? So this, Safi, I want you, before you escape, because I know you as a tactical commander, you want to escape now. I want you to tell us, why are you fighting and continue to fight when you tell us on broadcast that you have now agreed to the ceasefire, then you go to capture more territory. Do you really want peace talks or you want more territory? Is it a state you are fighting for, or you want to be part and parcel of Congo? Safi.
Thank you so much. Although I'm not M23 spokesperson, but I would like to say something about why M23 see sometimes you heard fighting. They don't fight. They just they are not fighting actually. They defend themselves, as you can see, as you can even
Okay.
follow the news. So if you can see what M23 brought to the table, they left Rumangabo, they left Kibumba. What the government of Congo they did actually in order to respect Luanda process or agreement. So actually, M23 showed what they can just to show international communities and African Union that they are ready to do whatever it can to bring peace in Eastern Congo. And also, they call them terrorists. But we know how terrorists act. People from Kenya, they can understand like terrorism action. You can see terrorists. Terrorist is not something you can, like, if you know the terrorist, you can call M23 terrorist. Terrorists, they don't take territories. They don't show up. They don't deal with people. M23 is close to the people. Buyomungu can be against this, but he know the truth. If you go to Bunagana, M23, they are with people. So have you ever seen terrorists chilling with people like that? No. We all know terrorists, how they act. So if you call your people terrorists, it means you even discriminate people, your people. And M23, even if they can fight, they still have a reason. Few days ago, you heard foreign minister say there is no Congolese refugee in Rwanda. That's why I even said sometimes UN or Western power doesn't care, because if they cared, they should, like UNHCR, who received refugees immediately, they should condemn. Foreign minister of DRC Congo said that no, we have refugee from Congo since 1996. There is database, there is this and that. But because they know what they are playing, they really like this kind of conflict. They really like endless conflict in DRC. They shouldn't find a solution. They should stop them. They should say like, no, they are refugee in Rwanda, they are refugee in Uganda, they are refugee in Kenya. But they didn't. They became silent because they know if refugees don't go back in their country, there will be endless conflict, because we will never accept to be in a camp forever. That's not our wish. We wish to be in our country. So if UN doesn't act accordingly, they just trying to bring people in the US, in West, those resettlement programs which even manipulate people, African people, not to stay, to love their country, not to work for their country. This kind of program, resettlement, they created conflict in your country. Instead, then they be like, we love you. Then we are taking you to US just for future, just to be safe, just to enjoy life. Oh, blah blah blah. Those kind of manipulation they used. That's what is happening in Congo. They know that even if you can be in the US, even if you can be in Europe, still remember that you are not from US. You will remember that you are from Congo. Then you will want to come back. How will you come back when they're gonna kill you? It means
Okay,
they know.
we hear you on that. You hear
Mhm,
you on that. When you
mhm.
talk about defending themselves, Maj, there's somebody whom you wanted to bring on top because this you feel this question is not being answered properly. You have the powers to intervene anytime and bring him on top, Maj, as my co-host.
Yes, that was requested by Boyomungu, but I cannot see the person. I'm going to once I look. Please request him to request for the mic, and then we're going to add him.
Yeah, I've seen the same message, but by Mundo, I gave him the response that I could not see the person he's talking about on the platform. So if the person could request, I've not seen
Okay,
him. So yeah.
okay. I hear you both, and let me look for
And can I make a comment for him while you look for this next person? The general Sophie. Is this Sophie? I just
Safi.
want
Safi.
Safi. Yes, Safi.
We call him Commander Safi.
Okay,
I know
Commander
him.
Safi.
I know him personally, so
All
you
right,
won't tell
wonderful.
me I don't know him. Safi, you know I know you.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
I know you,
I
and I know you. I just want to ask you more questions. Why you hate Kenyatta?
We didn't hate Kenyatta, actually. That's why
No,
M23, they even.
I'm coming to that. Rookie, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
And
I just
then
want to make a comment
Benjamin,
about
you
what.
come in, you
Yeah.
wait to tell us about this shouting of Kenyans must go home. Who is shouting? So, Rookie.
Yes, I just want to point out I'm not familiar with the M23 group, so I can't say anything about. Obviously, I think the commander is very strong about who they are and who they're not. But in terms of terrorism, you said we know what terrorism is. I would like to point out that Al-Shabaab in Somalia actually used to control and govern in a certain area and be among the people. So even a terrorist can have multiple. Again, I'm not saying that this particular group in Congos are, but I'm saying terrorism is not only defined by one like groups that go in and blow themselves. Al-Shabaab was able to maintain its presence in Somalia for over Hannah, you can correct me, 15 years or so. And it's the last wing of Al Qaeda
Yeah, a bit
that
more
is
than
quite
15
active.
years.
And one of the ways they were able to do that is they penetrated into rich farm areas and able to self sustain and is able to then be among the people. Of course, that backfires because people can. In the end of the day, they have to obviously there has to be a level of brutality that has to happen over time. But I just want to make that point. Sorry, I know it may not be unrelated to this topic.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Benjamin, who are these demonstrating against Kenya and against Uhuru Kenyatta? Do you know them? Are they not ethnic groups that are not very happy? Are they being funded by external darker forces that you talked about? And all multinational companies that mine diamonds, gold, cobalt, lithium, and now you have discovered electronic stones. What? How does an electronic stone, Benjamin, my good friend Lakute, how does it look like? Please, when you are discussing, also have some sense of humor and make people in difficult conditions at least smile a bit. Yes, Benjamin, then I want to bring Buyo. Gomungu, this gentleman, Buyo Mungu, is always disappearing from here to there. Now today is here. Buyongo Mungu, prepare your notes. We are coming for you as soon as the platform clears. Benjamin.
Okay, thank you so much, Asante Sana. I think you ask the people that say Kenya must go home. To try to clarify this situation, I would like the audience to understand what is going on in Congo. Congo, as you can see, most of the trouble is in the eastern side of Congo. And the eastern side of Congo is a Swahili speaking part of Congo. Like myself, you didn't ask me from which part of Congo I am. I'm from this side. This is why, sometimes when I speak to you, I can speak Swahili. When I meet people of Kenya, I'm not forced to use English. I can use Swahili. I will communicate with them. So this part where there is trouble is my part. I'm from this side of Congo. Okay, who is saying Kenya must go home? Kenya, why people that are saying Kenya must go home? The situation is, as I said, Congo being a huge country is like a subcontinent. The people of the west of Congo, those who don't speak Swahili, they hardly understand that Congo is connected to the east. Culturally speaking, languagely speaking, economically speaking. So the people live.
So hold the fire. Have you come back to my argument that it is ethnicity? Do you really know what ethnicity is? Or should I make clear what ethnicity is? You have just come back, and a few minutes ago, Benjamin, you told us it is not ethnicity. Rule it out. Now you have just come and delivered us another good point on Matanga's view that the people in the West who speak Lingala have nothing to do with the people in the East who speak Tutsi, related French, Kins, and Swahili. Isn't it now agreeing that there is a ethnicity problem here? Proceed.
Okay, right. When you talk about the ethnicity, you see, the mind of Congolese people is a very complicated situation. Why I say so? In Congo, we have more than 450 ethnics, tribes. So when you talk about the ethnicity in Congo, what people they have in mind, I think is the propaganda that people they're using now. They're talking about the Kinyarwanda and so on and so on. So this is a complicated issue. First of all, as I said, people of the west of Congo, they don't understand this linguistic, economic, and the cultural link between people of the east of Congo. When I think Uhuru Kenyatta was still the president of Kenya, when he was gathering the Congolese people, and then he was advising them in Swahili. People of the west of Congo, they could hardly understand it, but me, as I'm from the east, for me it was just familiar. As he was talking, I couldn't understand him clearly. I could hear him like I'm listening to a family member, like I'm listening to a brother. So, being said so, when I say that there is no ethnicity, because in Congo, we have 4 subgroups languages: Swahili, Lingala, Chiluba, and Kikongo. Any Congolese, we speak at least 2 of these 4 major languages. Apart those 4 major languages, which are not tribes, these are the languages of the of the subgroups. Lingala, Swahili, Chiluba, and Congo, there are 4 languages. We take them at the same level like French and English. We have now, each one of us has got his own ethnic language. Like me, I'm Lokele. So I have my own ethnic language. So when you speak about ethnicity, I see a tribe. So in Congo, we don't have this problem of language, because this language is a trap that people of the so-called M23, they are using. They say there is an ethnic problem in Congo. No, there is no ethnic problem of Congo in Congo. The problem that we have, these people of M23, is that they've been used. This is the problem. No one, we lived with the Congolese, with the people of the Tutsi people. We lived with long time with them. We grew up with them. No one had them. What we don't like is them to be used as a puppet. As we said here in the beginning, Western countries, for the economic reasons, they are using African people to perpetuate colonialism. This is the case that we have with these people, so-called, they call themselves Banyamulenge. In fact, they are Tutsi people. This is the problem that we have this with these people. They let themselves to be manipulated, but no one heard them. So Kenya must go is not a cry of all Congolese people. No, it's a problem of misunderstanding, because from the beginning, when Congo did join the East African communities, a lot of people of Congo, mainly those who are from the west of part of Congo, they couldn't understand how Congo can join this. For them, it was a far side of Africa. But me being from the east, for me, is a common environment. I know that, for instance, from my place, I can take a bus, go to Kampala. I can take a bus, reach Kenya. I take a bus, reach Tanzania. For me, it's common. But don't blame these people. I think they were not prepared mentally to join this Eastern African community. I don't know if I answer your question.
You have tried, but you have come back to where he wanted you to be in the first place, because you first started to this to take my lecture to a different format by saying ethnicity is not an issue here. But I'm glad, Benjamin, you saw the light and agreed that the Kinshasa guys, the one in the West, don't understand the one in the East. And that's where the problem is. They don't understand each other. That's why they are saying Kenyatta must go. Kenya must go. Xenophobic. We were here last 2, 3, 4 weeks. I and Amaj, we have been targets of, because we spoke about xenophobic talk in Africa. Now here we are. Somebody's hiring people to make sure that Kenyatta is frustrated and he abandons either the peace process, and the people continue to loot what is African-based country, yet very poor. People are dying, yet it is the richest on planet Earth. Let's go back and see. Maj, I can see Bonyomungu is here. Has he gone? Bonyomungu, I like the way he speaks. Bonyomungu says there is a man called Inosa here. Inosa, be on standby. I want to hear your voice. I'm told you are an expert on M23 and others. We are being frank here today. We call you out, Bwana. We are calling you out. Kama iko mbaya mbaya later. We are going to call you out. You come here and tell us. We are trying to find a solution for the war, against the war, to have peace, so that all of you don't live in the United States, all of you don't live in fear, you live in one country. So I would request Inosa ask for the microphone. Another gentleman, I would ask for the microphone from Congo. We are now looking for Congolese. We haven't come to the burning issue on the table. It is about to come and it will be hot. Some people will run away. But we are looking for Oscar Sam, a businessman, diplomat who is on the line. We can't see you, sir. We have been looking for you to come up and give us a glimpse of what is inside Congo now. Come up and ask for the microphone. Let me bring in Mr. You have just come, Yamaguchi. You have just come and you are already very hectic. What is going on, man? We have seen
Thank you very much.
No, don't. I'm not saying you should speak. No. You hold the fire. Be there. I'm going to call you. I'd already called Mr. Biomumungu, Mr. to speak. Maj, you had a point to make?
Yes. Just briefly to the next Congolese speaker who's going to speak. Just to understand the ethnicity issue. Well, it's good when we hear from you that it's not a problem. But my question would be, like you said, there are many tribes there. Would there be a time whereby if you go to ask for a job, the person would prefer to give it to the other ethnic tribe? Or if you're having a business deal, then they would trust the person from their tribe more than they would trust you, even if you speak the same language. Yeah, even if it's Lingala or Swahili. And before the speaker responds, could we just, so that we build a network, follow the host, co-host each other, and yeah, you have to really keep informing each other and having good conversations. Back to you, Dr. Matsanga. That was my question to the next Congolese speaker. Dr. Matsanga? I think he cannot hear me. Boyamungu, Dr. Matsanga had queued you in.
Yep, no problem. I'm available.
Yeah,
But you're not. Okay.
Go ahead. Maj, you are as much powers as I have. If you see me missing, take the seat. Hannah, why are you quiet today? Take the seat. Control the show.
It's okay. My granddaughter, she says sister, but anyways, in the Somali community, they call me the granny. So my granddaughter was here, and yeah, I got one by Monto from London. Habari yako?
Get
Yep.
Mr. Biomungu. Biomungu,
How you guys
businessman
doing?
from
Congo.
you
I'm
even
from
now
Congo.
call us guys. You say half African.
Ah, I didn't realize he's from Congo. Go on. I was thinking
He
he's from
is.
Tanzania.
This
Yeah.
guy
Oh my
is from
gosh. Yeah.
Congo.
Well,
This
then
guy
my
is, you know, Maj, the
yeah.
guy lives in London. I know his place. In fact, I went quietly and looked at where he lives. So, Mr. Biomungu, don't worry. I don't drink any alcohol, but you must take me to that nearest restaurant where you live.
Good evening to you. I know you're in London, so I say good evening and good morning to everybody else, wherever they're from in the world, and afternoon or night. Just to answer Marge's question in regards to ethnicity of not hiring people because of their ethnicity or their tribe is absolutely false news. I, for myself, yes, I am from London, born and raised, but I've come back to Congo, and my company owners who are in Congo, who are very successful, they're from the east, not the same tribe as me. I met them on a path of business, and they're very intelligent individuals who know what they're doing. So with that being said, they also have they're being financed with their businesses along the way by other people from different tribes. So the tribalism is not something that is prominent within the country. People are free to speak to whoever they want, and get money elsewhere from whichever tribe. But sometimes, yes, there is a sense of tribalism, probably in politics, as we're seeing now, in regards to the commanders being from a certain tribes and people being shifted off their position because of tribalism. Those in power come from a certain tribe. That's normal for most countries across Africa. You normally expect that to happen, but there's not really a real sense of business tribalism that occurs across the country, where I can't work with you because you have a certain tribe. So
Bayemonjo, sorry to interject so early
sure,
in your
no problem.
submissions. Because as I said before, if a Congolese problem is a solution, it's going to be a solution for all Africa. It's going to be a solution for Somalia, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, etc. Cameroon, Zimbabwe, and I have to recognize the Honorable Mufapari, next president of Zimbabwe, is here with us, and few of my grandsons. Anyways, that said and done. Yes, at individual levels, there is no tribalism. There is no at individual levels. In most of African countries, people get along. People are neighbors. But when it comes to politics, we look at politics with the lens of tribalism. And then those leaders take advantage of that and use that against us. But when it comes to individual level, there is no tribalism. So when you say there is no tribalism in the business, yes, it comes back to the sense of the community or people individually. There is no problem doing business with anybody else, as the same way that you don't have a problem with any other tribe. But when it comes to politics, you would have a problem with your neighbor because you're supporting different sides, and that's where the problem comes. Go on.
I look in a political scheme in Congo. Yes, it's normal. People are from Katanga, some people are from Kivu, some people are from uh, the Maluba and so forth who are in power at the moment. It's going to occur, which is natural. But I don't think no one's going to cut their business because someone's a Maluba, or anyone's going to say I'm going to cut my business or not hire this individual because they're from Katanga, or they're from here, they're from there, and so forth. I don't think that's so prominent in Congo in that terms. However, as I said, in politics, yes, it's normal for that to occur, and in Congo, it has occurred as of recent because of what's happened recently in regards to the war in the east. They've got chief and commanders from a certain tribe which align with the president, as you expect, because he believes that he has more trustworthy with them in regards to the Congolese army being incompetent. So he's hired somebody that he knows, he thinks that are more competent to do the work that they're doing at hand. But is that a good thing? Probably not. But ultimately, he believes that it's more trustworthy for him to do his work. In regards to business, I haven't seen such things. But there's small. There could be one or two things that do occur here and there. Of course, there's one or two places where you find individuals want to sell you certain land because where you're from. And I wanted to actually address that in regards to some Somalian sister that was here. She was talking about ITSCI, ITSCI, the international corporations and companies. ITSCI and other due diligence companies who are based in London and America and in Europe, they're actually a good thing. I was in a call to ITSCI just 2 weeks ago. You can search the name up in regards to the person I was speaking to. I can give you the name. They do the due diligence pretty well in regards to the metals that leave Kivu. In regards to tracing the due diligence, ensuring that it doesn't come from malicious. They come all the way down to the mine where the mine is operated, and they look at if there's any child labour happening or what's happening with the stones or wherever it's being extracted from. From that, the companies like Apple, the companies like in Europe, the big mining refineries in Europe, they also look into that, and they say, okay, you have an ITSCI document, your membership, you pay your membership every year of a certain amount, whatever it is, and you pay for the ITSCI compliance membership, and so we can buy your products from you. With that being said, the issue with Congo now, you have many of the small scale mining companies or many of the small scale mining people who are doing the work in DRC. It's expensive to forward these documents. That being said, it's also the same with Uganda and same with Rwanda and same with Congolese company. They don't have the they don't have the finance capacity to do to start mining business within Congo. It's a very expensive business to start mining business in Congo. Now, the international companies that come in, they have the money to do the work in Congo, which is absolutely fine because some of them, they do the right things. They get their documentations, they do their taxing and everything else. They do what they have to do to create.
Your Mungu.
Yep.
That I am not disrupting your line of thought. You are actually the person I've been looking for to ask a direct question. You have companies in Democratic Republic of Congo, and those companies are trading very well, officially legalized. They're exporting minerals and pay taxes everywhere. I have already done a research on you, so don't tell me something that could make you be resigned from the cabinet. So, boss, I want you to tell us, most of the people on this platform, as a company that does minerals in Congo, are minerals a problem to the people of Congo? Are the people a problem to the people of Congo? Are the leaders wrong people? Is there an external influence that wants Congo always to be in conflict throughout? is that, please don't give us too many details and too many English from Sadaka University, because I know where the university you went to. So please, you are a very good friend of mine. In fact, by virtue of what you do, you automatically became a great friend without by proxy, because I like people who work hard like you. You know, I always associate with people who work hard, who can go to UK and open up a nightclub like Matanga, and you opened up a business, and it is dealing with diamonds. It is carrying minerals from Eastern Congo, and at the same time now, the same Eastern Congo, people are on the streets saying Mr. Kenyatta should leave. They call him names because he talked Swahili. Some section of the Congolese are saying he should leave because he talked Swahili. What type of mess is this? Explain to us. Now you have, as a businessman, too, as a Congolese who has links in the DRC Congo, in eastern part of Congo, and as an external multinational company that extracts minerals and exports minerals from Congo. I land the mic and I give you the space.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. In regards to what you're saying in minerals, what I was going to go to, recently you can check up in regards to Uganda. You can look at AGR refinery. When I was working in Uganda a couple of years ago, I had a license there in UG. There was only 5 licensed company for mining in UG. Officially, Uganda Cadastral in the mining department, they indicated that I think 8 tons of gold was extracted in 2019 in UG. But on a cadastral, it doesn't show that they have mines there in Uganda for gold, which does that capacity. With that being said, the AGR refinery was operated by Belgian individuals. I won't talk on my testimonies. I want to talk on facts that you guys can research. Alan Goltz was the Belgian individual who was operating the AGR refinery. The laws in Uganda permitted that to take gold out of the country, you need to ensure that the gold is refined by 99%. So gold can't be extracted if it's not refined. You can't take raw gold out of the country. You have to go through this refinery. They have many refineries. Go ahead.
Hold the fire. Recently, President Museveni intercepted 12, gold worth 12 trillion.
In Karamoja, but I'll tell you something about that.
No. The Ministry of Lands and Minerals and Energy came and told President Museveni, and himself, Your Excellency, I can see 2 or 3 people from your office. I am not misunderstanding you. I am telling exactly what you said, and I can play the clip here, which the president himself said, that the ministry officials went to him and told him that we have gold worth 12 trillion. Was it 12 trillion shillings? Yes.
Yeah, 12 trillion. Yeah, 12 tons. 12 tons. Oh, no, 1,200 tons, something like that.
12 trillion tons, whatever. I don't know whether he said, now I don't export gold. You export gold. And you are an expert here to explain to this audience. The president was listening to them. Then they told him that out of this 12 trillion shillings, we are only going to get 600 billion shillings. And the president asked, and he did exactly like the way I'm doing. He said, what? Why? Why? They said, because all the gold, we are going to get royalty. The rest is for the owners. I am not in a gold mining situation. I don't know how it operates. One of the items I fear on planet Earth is diamond or gold. If I find somebody trying to sell them, I run away like the other South African who ran away, Maurice. I run, because if you are looking for entering prison alley, try to sell those diamonds in the streets of any country. So the president said, no way. He even almost arrested those officials. He said there is no gold that is going to go out of Uganda when they are giving us peanuts. And that gold has been impounded. I hope you are not one of the people suffering. So you explain to us how this gold, so much, what is loyalty? What?
No,
The gold
so
is Uganda's gold.
the news that you're saying was released in 2022. Prior that, I saw about 2019, there was 8 tons of gold that left Uganda. Now, before that, the mine wasn't. Even if you discover a mine today, you're not going to pick up gold from it from the next day. It will take a process of months and probably years to be taking the gold out of the mine, of a large mine. So, with that being said,
was this your gold?
No, that's nothing to do with me. The gold in UG is nothing to do with me. But what I come to find, the gold that was coming from out of Uganda was the gold coming out of Wacha in Congo, in Ituri, in the Ituri region in Congo. It comes from Aru, you cross the border, you drive down, and then you do the rest of the business there. You can sell it to AGR refinery. You can sell it to there's many refineries. I can even give you so many names in Kololo and all these other places around there in that region. I can give you so many names of different generals, but that's me. And these refineries you can find online. But you tell me a country of Uganda in 2019 or 2021 or 2022, prior 2022, which has not identified any single gold in this country, is exporting 8 tons of gold out of Congo. And this gold, people ask, okay, well, they can bring out the gold and pay the taxes, but the tax is not going back to Congo because the royalty indicators that the tax is not going back to Congo. You pay 5% tax of the gold when it reaches Uganda in regards to you call it I forgot the name, when a product leaves a country and then it's bypassing to go to Dubai or wherever it is, but you pay a 5% tax if it's happening. But most people and most of the dealers of the gold industry in UG, there was criminals, of course. They smuggled the gold in.
It is called transit.
Yeah, transit. Sorry, tax transit. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Sorry. But 8%. So 8 tons of gold is leaving and is passing through UG and is going to Dubai and other places. And Dubai doesn't care about due diligence. So with the due diligence, the whole aspect of the whole thing, in the international community of Europe is actually a good thing because they monitor this. But countries like Dubai and China who come into Congo and they do not care about the laws in DRC and other countries, they will buy from anybody who's a militia and so forth and who doesn't have no license, who doesn't care. So I'd rather do business in general with the US and Europe anyway than doing business with Chinese and the Arabs who have no care in regards to operations of the law within these countries. With that being said, they don't mind working with individuals who are malicious to sell the resources in regards to buying the necessary weapons or whatever it is to do what business they want to do. In DRC and in UG as well, you see a lot of these Congolese in certain places who are Safi may disagree with me and so forth, but they're participating in the noise that happens in Congo because war is not for free, So, and some of them tell me, but I won't speak on my own references. I only speak on things that you can go to research yourself. But ultimately, the business of these resources that's happening in DRC, the ones that are smuggled out, is sponsored by these militias who smuggle it out to neighboring countries, or they live in neighboring countries, specifically in Rwanda or Uganda, and they use it to buy whatever they need to buy to do what they do in DRC. It's nothing you can hide from. These are facts that you can go research and you'll find that out. And Itsky also mentioned this. This is why Itsky was born. Itsky was put in place to ensure that the resources that reach Europe for Apple and Microsoft are tracked and traced, and Apple and Microsoft are not buying products that are mined by child or mined by rebel groups. So the real companies that do the real work are part of Itsky, and those companies that do the legal work are not part of Itsky. So Itsky is actually a fantastic organization for protecting the Congolese interests. So I wouldn't say it's the international community in the West. I would never say people say it's Apple or Samsung. I would never say it's them. I would say definitely it's more of the companies maybe in the East predominantly, or smaller companies. Even we've done business in Kenya recently, and it was very difficult for us. to do business in Kenya as a Congolese. You know, we have so much experiences of, you know, people trying to do shady business with you and so forth, or stealing your containers and so forth. The containers worth 1.2 million and they take it from you, you know. So I wouldn't blame people from the West. That was one of your questions. I wouldn't blame no one from the West for this kind of stuff. I'll probably say, look, if people from the East and like east of China and the Arab country, I'll put more blames to them. So yeah, it's nothing to do with what we do in DRC. So that's it. But Hannah, before I go, and I want my colleague to speak. His name is Pan-Africanism. He changed his name to Pan-Africanism. I think you got him up. He's better placed than me for speaking. He knows more what happens, and he's on ground today, right now, and he's been into the, you know, to the real places of where these militias are actually doing their work across DRC, across the east, in Ituri and in Beni and Waligali and so forth. So thank you. Any questions? I don't mind.
Okay, we shall fill the questions, but let's look for Mr. Oko, Fred from Kenya. You agree, all of you, the panel, that let's get Fred Oko from Kenya.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. So my name is Fred Oko. I'm a conflict analyst and international conflict management enthusiast. So mine this conflict in DRC. It is majorly on my opinion. I think it's majorly on mineral resource conflicts. First of all, on these mineral resource conflicts, I'll point fingers at external forces, which uses divide and rule policy through armed rebel groups like M23 and Banyamulenge. Yeah. So through these rebel groups, it is also an opportunity that external forces in the regional powers like Uganda and Rwanda through the Museveni and the other guy Kagame uses. It is a battlefield where they test their influences, power balances in DRC. Because I wonder who finances these rebel groups. Yeah. So also, I want to also talk about European external influence through their companies such as Amazon and Apple companies. You know, they use, I don't know if it's a looting scheme or whichever way it is. I find that they also have their companies there, and you know, they're using these rebel groups to protect them. Yes? Yes.
Can I speak?
No, you can't speak. You can't speak. Hold on, Mr. Pan-African. Let's hear from Mr. Ouko. Then let you are next to Ouko. Then we go to Benny. Then we go to Fasters. Then we go to yes, up there we are finished. Fred
So
continue and finish. And Mike, you can control the floor now.
Yeah. So I'm also saying that through this, so these multinational companies like Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft, they use these necessary equipment to destabilize the government. So they cannot be under control of the central government in Kinshasa, so that they can loot, no taxation. They just loot this rare earth materials for their economic benefit and for their businesses. Yeah. Also, through this, I'm also questioning the legitimacy of Congolese elections. I think if they are the current government of Congo, if it is really a government that is legitimately legitimately elected by Congolese people. Because I wonder if all these things happening and there is government in place. I think so. I can just think. I think Congo is a failed state. So, and I think I can now compare it with Somalia and other countries where government is on control of anything. They are just there because government. Like if you compare it with Somalia, there are other areas like Puntland, Jubaland. They have their own military, everything, and they also central government in Mogadishu. So I want these are also according to my opinion. These are one of these things that ailing Congolese people. So
Yeah.
you have a question?
No, just before you wind up, I'll give you a minute to just wind up. I know that some of the things you're talking about are not directly, you wouldn't directly have some concrete evidence to it, but do you have even like, because sometimes there are publications that are pointing towards a direction, because you see, if you come to such a panel, we cannot come with our personal opinion, because some of the things you spoke there were mostly your personal opinion. And to that, I would also like to really just put it out there that when we are speaking to I know most of the speakers have the experience, the social responsibility that we have is to really have researched really intensively. Benjamin, would you kindly mute your mic? Thank you. So it's not about how I personally my personal opinion, but things that are actually can be there's some evidence, or even if it's not 100% evidence, but you have, for example, some of the leading papers having pointed towards that direction, so an insinuation, for example, but completely personal opinions would really not be very objective for the discussion. But kindly take 1 minute to wind up, and then we get to the next speaker. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Apart from my friend Boyomungu, I'm living in DRC for a long time in east part of Congo. So I've faced the war. I know what.
Who was talking? Sorry,
Pan-African. That was Pan-African. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Pan-African. It's Pan-African.
Oh, okay.
Just a moment. Just 1 moment. Anna.
Yeah, I thought it was somebody else who you asked to wind up his.
Yes, it was Fred.
It was Fred. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Fred, just finalize, and then Pan-African, you're next. Yeah.
I also want to ask Dr. Matsanga about the initial processes of bringing peace in Congo, like DDR, demobilization, dearmamentation, and integration process. Did they bear any fruit? Because I think they also just led to more escalation and conflict spillover in other parts of Congo. So I want Doctor to explain it further. Yeah.
Thank you. We can also give the next speaker that question. If he doesn't answer, we will bring it to Dr. Matanga. Thanks so much. Pan-African, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. So I would like to clarify something about maybe
Sorry.
what Mr. Safi said about the war in east of Congo. I don't know if he lived there, but I'm living there. I live in Goma. Goma is close to Kibumba, maybe it's 20 kilometers from Kibumba. I've been to Vira. Vira is close to Mulenge place. What is close, maybe, I don't know if because there are hills, maybe if you climb maybe 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers from Mulenge. So from the beginning of this history of the war in east of Congo, it's a matter question of the Western people, The war of Rwanda started maybe in 1999 with Tutsi and Hutu fighting. Then there's some refugees, they have to run away. The Hutu people, they have to run away to Congo. So Congo couldn't close the border for those people to come to enter in Congo, so we opened the border. Unfortunately, there's a UN mission who asked them to come with the weapons in Congo. Then the war of 1996 started. I was very young. We ran away to Makobola, to Fizi, to Tanzania camp, and we came back. We came back the war. The war was maybe leading by Tutsi people from Rwanda, from Uganda, and from Burundi. It's Tutsi group arms from Burundi. And I remember I worked for them like a cooker. I was very young. I worked for them like a cooker. Then there is Banyamulenge joined the groups. But before the Banyamulenge didn't have any problem because I was living in Uvira. Uvira is like a center. Uvira is like a center in South Kivu where Banyamulenge they can come to study, to live. We're growing up with Banyamulenge was very peacefully. But from the beginning, the war of 1996, like Banyamulenge, they joined the troops coming from Rwanda. People, they see that these are bad people. No one before know these people, they are not Congolese. But themselves, they started asking to be, they start fighting for the nationality. You know, before they were Congolese, no one, they have soldiers in army, they have police in the army, but themselves, they are claiming that they are not Congolese, they want to get nationality. And they have been fighting for that a long time ago, in 1997, if my memory is good. Then we start, when the Kabila came and they do the reunification of the country with RCD, things like this, Laurent Kunda Batware, is the first guy who created the M23. He's a Tutsi. He was living in Goma.
No, he created
give him.
CNDP, not M23. He created CNDP. Sorry.
I'm going there. I created what he call CNDP.
CNDP started this way.
Safi.
No, let
Safi,
me finish.
Safi, you will
Let
have to let him finish first.
Let me finish. Give us a history of this. Let me finish.
Yes,
then Laurent Kunda go to rescue Mutebusi in Bukavu because they were claiming in Bukavu, Tutsi people were killed in Bukavu. That all those things, they were fake news. No one would be able to produce at that moment the photos, the video of Tutsi people were killed in Bukavu. No one. And Laurent Kunda have been nominated to be the general in Kinshasa, to work in Kinshasa. That's because he's Tutsi. He refused the order of the President Kabila to go to work to Kinshasa. He stayed in Goma. Because the guy was working for RCD. He refused to go to work in Kinshasa and they stayed in Goma. And the general who was controlling the North Kivu province is Obedi Ribasira. The guy is also Tutsi, Congolese Tutsi, was commanding the North Kivu. Then Obedi Ribasira gives Laurent Kunda weapons and armies. They go to fight to Bukavu. They fight with Mbuza Mabe, if my memory is good. The soldiers were Mbuza Mabe. They fight there until the UN troops go. They fight until Mutebusi ran away to Rwanda, and Laurent Kunda came back to Goma, to Masisi places. They were staying in Kichanga, Kiwanja. They were controlling them zone. Then they have make the first peace around conference. They call it Amani, something like this. And before it was the William Lassie Swing, who was the chief executive of UN in Congo, the secretary of executive in Congo. It's American people. But this thing, they didn't get any solution until they fight with Kunda Batware, and the Kunda Batware ran in Rwanda. He ran in Rwanda until now. We don't have history. Then we have this guy calling Makenga. Makenga created the M23. They've been fighting for ethnicity. You see the history, ethnicity. But Yusuf is there. He cannot tell me in Ruchuru, if they are caring about ethnicity, why they are only fighting for Tutsi people? Because in Congo, there's so many problems of ethnicity. We have more than 400 ethnicities in Congo. Why they only care about the Tutsi? Why they don't care about the Hutu people are killing in Congo? Why they don't care about the Lokele people? Why they don't care? If they want, really they're fighting for human people. Why they only care? And in the Ruchuru, if you go to Ruchuru, there are so many Tutsi in Ruchuru. Most of Tutsi are living in the Jomba. That's the place they are living, most of Tutsi. If they are going to Kiwanja, most of Tutsi are living in Jomba, and some are living in Masisi. Some Tutsi are living in Masisi. But way before this M23 started, the Ruchuru was peace everywhere. Even Boyomungu, we passed there from Bunagana, we come from Uganda, we passed for Uganda. It was very peace. There's some rebels groups there in Ruchuru. There's some rebel groups, they are there. I don't know, they are CNDP, RNDC, these are the names. But those rebel groups are everywhere. If you go, what the Congolese are doing mining, if you go to Shabunda, you have those Mai people. Everywhere where people they are doing mining, you find those rebels groups, and most of them they are not in Rutshuru. Most of them they are located in Masisi. Why they are located in Masisi? Because Masisi they have what we call coltan, and then we have tin in Masisi. Because in Rutshuru they have what we call pyrochlore is a mining, but pyrochlore is not developed too much. It's not they replace what the M23 is controlling. There is no minerals there apart pyrochlore. But Masisi is full of tin and full of coltan. So those rebels, they are not really close to Rutshuru. They are in Masisi, because if they stay in Rutshuru, there's nothing they can get there. There's no money there. They have to go on a place where people they are doing exploitation mining. Then they can collect money and they can dig themselves for themselves. You see. Then this M23 came for what reason? Ethnicity. I don't see any conflict in ethnicity. If you go to Goma now, we will see Tutsi people. They are living peacefully, no problems. Peacefully, no one gives them problem. They are getting married every day. If you go to Rutshuru, I don't see any cases of Tutsi people. They have been killed. We have never did these things. If you go to Mulenge, in Mulenge they have a conflict. They have a conflict in Mulenge with the Bembe people and the Banyamulenge people. They are fighting for the territory. This is land territory, and these things is a small issue that people they can solve. Now, if you hear the history, there's not much wars between those people. But if those M23 they are coming for ethnicity, why they go to fight Rutshuru? Because Rutshuru was peacefully. Why they didn't go to Mulenge? If for real they want to rescue the Tutsi people, they should go to Mulenge, because from that place, Mulenge people, Babembe people, and the Banyamulenge people, they are fighting there. They should go there to solve the problem of ethnicity, but they go to Rutshuru, because Rutshuru there is no conflict in Rutshuru. He can tell me where place exactly there's a conflict between Tutsi people, and because people are living in Rutshuru, there are Hutu people, Tutsi people, and but Nande people. They are the only people that are living in the Rutshuru. In the Rutshuru, there is no other tribes. Only Hutu people, Tutsi people, and Nande people who are living there. But did he hear any history, any conflict between the Hutu people, Tutsi people, and these Nande people fighting there? No, no one. I don't have this news. I don't know where. Maybe it's living in Rwanda, because, as he say, you can hear that he's talking about Congolese. Maybe himself he doesn't put inside that he's Congolese. He say Congolese, but you are Congolese also. We don't have those kind of problems. And if they want to solve the problem, they should go to Mulenge there, go to fight from Mulenge, and they rescue those Banyamulenge. They have problems. But at that side of part, they didn't go there. They don't even talk about that issue for Mulenge. But they're fighting for the place where there's no anything can happen. There's no problem. If you go to Goma, it's peacefully. Where you can find the Tutsi people also is in Masisi. The place is peacefully, no problem. They have these groups, these rebel groups, because that they are doing mining. No one can go there to fight, because they are doing business. Mining is business. They are doing business. So for me, the problem of insecurity of east of Congo is leading to minerals and the leaders. Congolese government didn't create a great army, a great force to secure those borders from those countries who they have eyes on Congo minerals. Because what is the fact? They create a disorder on the east part of Congo so they can benefit from the situation. Because if that party is good organized, there will not be more smuggler. Because what we see? People, they are taking minerals from Masisi. They don't want to pay tax. They cross the border, or they
Oscar, we pay tax.
they
I
cross
pay
the
tax.
Kivu River, Kivu Lake. They cross Kivu Lake, they take the minerals to Rwanda. And in Rwanda, they don't say, no, we don't buy these things because it's coming from people who don't have documents. They're buying every single mineral you bring. You have document, you don't have document. Rwanda should stop to buy mineral coming from Congo if those minerals, they don't have document, but they are buying. They don't care. Like what Mungu said before, from Uganda also, they are buying the gold coming from Congo without any single document. They don't care about document. As long as they know where it's coming from. They care only about the business. They are buying. Because if the Congolese government is organized on those parts of states, if they have the strong army, there's no be more smuggler. There's no be more people doing traffic. But what they do, they create insecurity there in that zone to do what? To benefit from the mining and to benefit from the park. Because we don't forget, we are sharing the park with Rwanda. What you call Virunga Park. The Virunga Park, maybe Rwanda has 20%, and the Congo has 80% of the Virunga Park, where this ambassador was being killed. So no more tourists will go to Congo if there's insecurity in that zone, because that park is in Rutshuru, in Kibumba. Starting from Kibumba, you go Kibumba, this place I forgot the name. It's coming in Rutshuru. So they can create disorder in those places because the park. No one will come to visit gorillas. No one, they will go to visit Rwanda's gorillas because Rwanda gorilla is peaceful. So if the tourists want to come, they will stay in Rwanda. If the investor want to come, they will stay in Rwanda, Uganda, or those places. Because Congo, at the east of Congo, is a mess. It's a mess. And you can see the trade on the border. Most of products we are using in Rwanda are coming from Rwanda, from Uganda, from Tanzania, and from Kenya at the east of Congo. Why those industries, if they want to sell things in Congo, they don't put the companies in Congo? It's because Congo, that place is insecure. No one can come to invest in that zone because there's insecurity most of the time. I can say for me, the East conflict of Congo is not for ethnicity. It's not that someone has been killed. This because we have been living with Tutsi people for more than maybe 100 years. It's not today. The guy Safi, how long is he? How old is he? Did he hear before in history that the people Tutsi people have been killed in Congo? No, these things started with the Rwanda issues. Rwanda matters from Rwanda they started, but before long time ago, there's not this kind of problem in Congo. No one have take care because we have more than 400 ethnies. So you have time to feed this guy, this one. You are losing your time for nothing. There's no more tribes in Congo, so we don't check this. It is start with these things, and there's manipulation. Those people, Western people, they're using those neighborhood country to create the so that they can benefit from the minerals there. And the other problem is the leaders of Congo. We don't have good leaders in Congo. The leaders, they are not very smart, because they should see this problem from the beginning and try.
Panafric, can you hear me? Not to interrupt your thoughts. I just want to ask a question because I see you state that ethnicity is not a problem. We've taken note of that, and you say that it's the governance that's a problem. That we also take note of that.
And the minerals.
Yes, and with the minerals, what if I hear you're saying the lawlessness is a problem, because what you describe is like they're vigilantes, like just coming in to protect their interest in mining and getting money. So one would also assume that the internal conflicts are also where even the Congolese themselves, the wanting to serve their interests, also, lawless, not like it's on a negative aspect, but coming from Kenya, we've also had cases whereby there were vigilante groups. They called themselves Mau Mau, and the Mau Mau was Mungiki, and trying to be like, seeing those as their, role models, but in real sense, they were going to create some lawless places where they would even collect taxes. I think this is almost the same scenario you are describing. Now, apart from those points, as you learned, any other point? Because I saw some reactions, and I expect some rebuttals coming your way. Yeah. Panafric?
Yeah. I'm listening.
Yeah. If you could just, apart from the points you've mentioned, is there any other point you want to stress on as you land? And we'll let the others who had rebuttal say something about what you just said.
Yeah. Apart from that, I can say there's also the problem of the leaders, because a smart leader has to prevent the conflict, has to see where the enemy they are coming from. During the time of Kabila is 18 years. Kabila didn't build a strong army to protect the land of Congo, because we see how many camps he built, nothing. He didn't interest to build the army, so he was very interested to be maybe doing negotiations, doing this. Because if Congo has a strong army, Congo is very big. It's like half continent, you see. Congo is very big. How many soldiers we have in Congo? Maybe 150,000 soldiers. It's not enough for Congo because Congo is very big. They cannot assure the security for everybody. In Congo, if you have less soldiers, maybe you need 500 or 600 soldiers. But the Congolese government only has 150. It's less. It can't be everywhere, you see. This is the problem of leaders because they have to prevent these things. Enroll more men in the army to secure the Congolese people, because the insecurity is not just in the Ruchuru on those places. If everywhere you have to face. You go to Shabunda, is in deep of Congo. You go to Manyema, you can find those kind of problems. You go to Kwamutu, it's in the west of Congo. You find this problem. You go to Katanga, you find those problems of insecurity. And it's not all issue of Banyamulenge, because the Banyamulenge, they are not just in Kivu, they are also in Katanga. We have Banyamulenge in Viura. We call it Banyamviura. They are Banyamulenge people. They are Tutsi people. They are living in Katanga. But for that place, they are living peacefully. Because why? Because there's no minerals there. There's no mineral in that place. So there are Tutsi people. They are living there in Katanga, but no conflict there. Why they are living peacefully there? Because there's no minerals. So you can see.
Yeah. Thank you.
issue
So
of
we
Congo
see.
is minerals.
Yeah, we see that you really underline that it's minerals that are it's the issue. Please stay on in case somebody has questions for you and there's a rebuttal coming on. Hannah, I think Lewong was next, right? Hannah,
Muduge, can you just let us, like, because he mentioned my name and he was talking something against what I believe as a
yes,
victim of
Safi.
those
Yeah,
conflicts.
nevertheless,
Safi,
you'll have to wait. You have to wait,
Safi,
Safi.
Thank you.
Maj, let me bring order to Safi. You are now bringing ethnicity again here. I'm watching you,
It's
Commander.
him. It's him who brought it.
Safi, you told us to bring somebody on top here. He has disappeared. So please, let's talk without divisions here. And Mr. Pan-African, close your mic. Mute your mic. Mute your mic, please.
Yes, just want to mention that to Safi that my wife is Tutsi too.
But guys, some order, please. Let's
have
Dr. Matsang,
order. Let's not exchange views here. Listen to Maggie. What she tells you, Mr. Apple. This gentleman, a Poyo King. Please, those signs are not necessary for us. We are not here in a competition. Neither are we going for elections in DRC Congo. We are only trying to find a solution for this country. And we have listened now. We are slowly beginning to understand some of the things that Mr. Pan-African stayed under Safi and Benjamin from the beginning. We are learning. And I told you there are people here who are listening on behalf of the mediators. These points will help the mediators. And so that one question that I wanted to ask Mr. Pan-African before you leave, because you have very little time as a businessman. Either you have disappeared already, I don't know. But I wanted to ask you one question. And that question I wanted to ask you was, who is organizing these demonstrations that are harassing Uhuru Kenyatta and calling on Kenyan troops to leave Congo? That's the thing I want to find out.
If I can respond, I don't know if I'm allowed to respond.
Yes, can you respond, please?
This is kind of the informations of that we have. When those troops they come here, we know that they come to stop the war between the M23 and the government. So I don't know the agreement because I don't have the sheet of paper for the agreement. But he said when those troops they comes, they were supposed to stop. So those M23 they retire from Kibumba and from the camp, Rumangabo camp, if my memory is good, Rumangabo camp. Unfortunately, people were expecting those troops to retire, but the M23 people, because we have people, the good security service, they are people. They are still watching those guys in Kibumba. So people they are still watching those M23 in Rumangabo with the Kenyan soldiers, with the in Rumangabo also. So there's information, rumors they are circulating everywhere that those Kenyans they have been doing the pact with the M23. And you can see even those M23 they retire from Kibumba, if it's true or false, but they are still fighting other places. You see, they are still fighting other places. It mean they are doing something in the control of the something. You say, I want a ceasefire. I want to stop fighting. Okay, I leave this place. Maybe I leave Kisumu, but you go to fight for Nairobi. It doesn't make any sense. If you want to read if you want to read the peace, you stop. Then you see the result what it gives. But they are stopping fighting in Bunagana. But they are going to take Ishasha. And those Kenyan soldiers, they are there. They are seeing that show. So people, they say, well, how this guy, they came here to stop the fire, to stop these people to fighting, because all those countries are Eastern African country. Normally, they shouldn't fight. There should be a conflict between East African countries.
Let me
Yeah.
ask you, the East African stabilizing force,
Yeah,
is composed of all East African states except Tanzania hasn't sent troops there. Sudan has sent, South Sudan has sent troops. Kenya has sent troops. So why have you singled out Kenyans?
No. For now, at that place is only Kenyan soldiers that are there. For now, Uganda soldiers, they are fighting in Ituri, not in North Kivu. For now, if you go to Goma, you will see only Kenyan soldiers. And those places where M23 have been occupied before, now we can find it. We have Kenyan soldiers only. There's no Sudanese there. So people, they are seeing M23 and Kenyans people together. You see. So they say what they say.
So it is.
Why this?
It is. If I can understand you, it is a misconception that when you see Kenyans with M23, yet Kenyans are stabilizing force.
Yeah.
So I am now taking it from you that the Congolese that are in Goma, the ones who say they are Congolese, are the ones instigating the whole population to turn against the Kenyans.
No, it's the civil society, because those meeting, those protesting is not the government.
You can see the
civil society. In Congo, we have so many groups that we call, I don't know, Lucha. If the time of Kabila, there have been people protesting here. It wasn't the opposition who was organizing these people protest against Kabila. We have that we call Filimbi. In Swahili, is Firimbi or Filimbi. We have Luchas. We have those groups for Nandi people. They have so many civil society people here. They have those defense, I don't know, human rights defense organizations. All of them, they are collecting information from everywhere because they have people who are living there. They see they can send the information, and they see for now these Kenyans, they are here. But what do we see? What they show we see these people that have been talking with this M23. They said those people, they retire, but they are still occupying Kibumba. They are still there. So on the hills of Kibumba, they're still in the hills of Rumangabo. But the Kenyan, they are reporting that those people, they are not anymore there. So the civil society is not the government. It's not the government of Congo who said that. The Kenyan is not.
I've got boss Pan-African. I've got it. We've got it now. Did you see the clip of was it Mr. Fayulu who was speaking on TikTok?
Fayulu.
Yeah, Fayulu. Yeah.
Who was speaking on TikTok? Did you see that clip that attacks His Excellency, the former president of Kenya, and the Kenyans to leave DRC Congo?
Yeah. To understand these things of Congo, you have to be.
We are relying on you on the ground. We are not on the ground.
Let me respond to you. You have to understand. Like there's someone talk about Congo. Congo, we have two parties. We have the Eastern party. You have the West party. The East part of Congo we speak Swahili, and the West part we speak Lingala. That's a Congo, how it works. So Fayulu is coming from the West, from Bandundu province, and from the beginning, the guy is like a leader of the opposition. He didn't like Congo to be in East African community. Firstly, the Western people, they didn't like Congo to be in East African community because for them, they say Congo is not ready.
This organization in Atlantic Ocean?
No. Congo is in the SADC already. Congo is in the SADC already.
It is in the SADC. I am just.
I'm responding to you. I'm giving the point of view from the Congolese side because for now I'm living in Kinshasa, so I can tell you exactly. From the West, most of people, they don't like Congo to be part of the East African community because they don't benefit nothing from East African community, because they are living here. They don't go to West, to East. They are living here. They can go to Brazzaville, maybe to Gabon, maybe to Cameroon, to Angola. That's the country they used to go. But Congolese from the West, they can go to Kenya, they can go to Rwanda, they can go to Tanzania. They speak the same language. You have the common language. If I go to Kenya, I will speak Swahili. I speak Swahili myself. If I go to Kenya, I've been to Kenya, I was using Swahili language. I can go to Uganda, I can use Swahili, Tanzania, everywhere. If I'm in Tanzania, I feel like home. I eat the same food with Tanzania people. And I can maybe surprise you. The food that you are eating in Kenya is the most of the food we eat in east of Congo, but it's not at really the same way they cook it in west of Congo. You have to understand those difference. For them, SADC is in the west. They were willing Congo to stay just in SADC because they don't want to be in East Africa community. For me, they see East Africa community like it's a league because for them the enemy of Congo is Rwanda and the Uganda. So why Tshisekedi have to enter in the league where people they are doing a complot against the Congo? That's the vision of West people they
Okay.
see. So they don't. No one's like, and they
If I may
let me
just
finish. And they see the integration, economy integration. They see Kenyans already have many factories. You go to Uganda, they have many factories. You go to Rwanda, they have Tanzania. All of, but Congo, what does this Congo has to offer them? They see nothing we can offer them to do this integration, economy integration. So they will Congo just will be just a market for them, and we will not offer nothing. And the small minerals that we have in the east of Congo, they are smuggling those minerals. So for them, it wasn't. Yes, we can enter, but it's not the moment. So they can benefit from that situation. To see, you see now Tshisekedi now, what he's doing, he got to tell Kenyan people to come to do the security of Congo. He trained the security of Congo. He doesn't train the troops. He doesn't create a strong army. It's opposition. You can understand it. It's like opposition, showing the people the
sorry.
contrary of what Tshisekedi is doing.
Yes, I'm Pan Afric. If you could land it and answer this question, please. There's a lot of requests on the online, and if you could add that. So if part of it wants, because they're more close to Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, and it's easy access for them, and the other side is far. What are you suggesting for it to be like now? Part of Sudan is on East Africa Federation, and the other part it's not. Is that where you're heading?
No, the Sudan is Sudan for them is like is in east of Congo because the people are going to Sudan. There are people speaking Kiswahili. They are not people speaking Lingala because Sudan is close to Ituri, is close to what we call Iziro. You see, all those places, those people they are speaking Swahili because the Swahili is not just North Kivu, South Kivu, and Katanga. No, you have to go what we call before Province Oriental is the Ituri province, Hotuele. Those places they are have border. It's not for them. For them is you take Equator, you take Bandundu. That's the western parties. You take the two Kasai, the Central Congo, and the Kinshasa. So even if Sudan is part of them, but there's no trade. No people go to Sudan because for them Sudan is a war. I can guarantee you, no Congolese go to Sudan. I've never seen people Congolese that say I want to Sudan. Of course, they go to maybe they're working in Juba. They're working in organization. This, but Congolese for myself.
You're not. Maybe you did not understand my question. My
Yeah.
question was, as you're suggesting, one part has more to do with the East Africa, while the other side doesn't have much link with
Yeah,
West
yeah, yeah.
Africa. Now, I gave you an example of Sudan. South Sudan is in the Federation, while the other
Mm.
side of Sudan is not. Is that what you're suggesting for Congo? That is my question. I don't know why you keep going back to
Can
this.
I answer,
Can I
please?
answer, please?
Yeah, you can go answer.
Yes, go on.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
what? Okay.
This question is a tricky one. Who's trying? If I do understand your question, you are pushing the agenda of splitting Congo. Is what we call in Congo balkanization.
No,
So
I am barely asking a
now,
question
use a
because
question, please. Give me time to answer. I
but do
can
not
get your where the question.
second. Okay, 1 second, Manager. We have to have forum here. We have to have a quorum. Barely, he kept saying that one side of Congo has nothing to do with this. Now, it's not me who put Congo in that federation. I did not do that. I
Like
am
ourselves, we
asking a
don't have nothing.
question.
We have with SADC. But Congo is.
1 second. I barely, what I'm asking is what is his opinion? What does he think is the solution? I gave him an example of Sudan. That does not mean I want the agenda. I don't want Somalia to be separated. I am fighting. As we speak, my people are dying for the blood of for the flag of Somalia. They don't want to be separated. So do not tell me that is insulting my intelligence, with all due respect, to tell me I am propagandering for separation. I want to hear his opinion as a Congolese. For me, separation of Africa is an absolutely no. I do not believe in any boundaries that a Muzungu has left. Okay, for me, Africa is home. I do not believe in even having any boundaries in all Africa. So I am sorry, but I wanted to know his opinion as a Congolese, as somebody who is from Congo. His opinion is worth. So go on. You can answer the question for him.
Before he comes in, you are right. You see, don't penalize Hannah for asking a question. Yet, from the debate that I am hearing from the background, you are telling us one side does not like the other side. And Benjamin, you came up here about 52 minutes ago, and you told us that the West does not know what the East, what is eaten, what is talked in the West, does not corroborate with what is in the East. The East talks Swahili, the West talks Lingala and the French. So these two are two countries, and you agreed ethnicity plays a role. If it is not ethnicity, why do you have 132 rebel groups? Each tribe, each small clan has a rebel group. If this is not ethnicity. So what Anne is saying, and any student of comparative politics like me, I want to take you, Benjamin, and the Pan-African, to Yugoslavia. We had the same problem in Yugoslavia. We had the Muslims versus the Serbs versus Macedonia versus Croatia, Croatians versus Bosnians. And they were all balkanized in one state called Yugoslavia. After the death of Field Marshal Tito, let me go back to teaching now, the European history that I hate so much. The killing of Tito, the death of Field Marshal Tito, the rest of Europe and Russia now came out together and said, hello, these Balkans, that is why it was called the Balkan states. The Balkan states of Central Europe, where we now have the mafias roaming London streets, you know, who have come, who wash clothes, you see, who wash cars, who repair our cars in a few minutes, who have brought big gas and are moving garages. They can repair your car to your compound while you are sipping your tea. This come from the former Yugoslavia. Now, we are trying to find the problem of Congo. Why is Congo West not meeting Congo East? Why is Mr. Bemba not even working with any of the leaders at all? Why is when I don't want to mention that name wrongly, that leader of opposition, when he's not in power, there is tension. Why is Kisekedi, when he's in power, there is tension, everybody? Why is when Kabila, the younger man, that younger man there, whom was installed to power by Zimbabwean troops and Angolan troops, because I don't want to tell you more history here. Some of us here have witnesses who on the platform here, like Charles Mutama will tell you, I was in Zimbabwe when the body of the late Kabila was brought. He had died, but we had to say, is not yet, to allow the younger man to travel all the way to take power in Kinshasa first. So please, some of us have done things that we don't want to tell you here, many. But the problem now seems it is pointing at one thing. And can I drop the bombshell then? Merge. Is Congo, is a rearrangement of Congo the best way? It might be a hard subject. It might be sour to Benjamin. It might be sour to Pan-African. It might be sour to Safi. It might be sour to any African. But it is going to emerge that for stabilization of Central Africa, East and Central Africa, either Congo remains together or Congo goes the Yugoslavian way. That's my opinion. I'm not saying we are going to do that. So don't come and jump on my neck and break some nerves that are left here. Please, I'm begging you, Madge and Hannah are protecting my nerves. So don't jump on me. I am only saying if I were the one, I would do that. Rearrange Congo. Congo is becoming a very dangerous place, like Nigeria. If you don't rearrange Nigeria, after this election on 24th next month, it will explode. I tell you, Congo must remain together. For Congo to remain together, we must begin on this platform, Safi and Benjamin and Bonyomungu and Pan-African. You must talk the same language. But ladies and gentlemen, you are not talking the same language. If we put you in a house today, I think you will blow each other. Safi, I have seen you on several platforms, Commander, with due respect. You really, when something touches your Eastern Swahili speaking nation, you can even blow up of this. My phone has busted several times because of you getting angry. And please, let's discuss to find a solution for this country. Can we rearrange it? That's what Hannah is saying. Is it going towards if the East cannot meet the West? So how will you be in one country? Is that not the hard question? We are looking for unity, but if they don't meet, what do we do? Yugoslavia had several countries, one country, but now Yugoslavia has so many. One of them played football, almost knocking the whole world down, Croatia. It's a product of
Dr. Ari, let's have Benjamin answer it. But for me, I'm your student, yes. But for me, I think there's other solution. There could be a political solution. There could be inner works arrangement. Maybe that could be solution. Maybe devolution system like Kenya could work. Maybe they could take confederation. I don't know. I don't want to see Africa divided, but then there has to be a viable solution. We cannot be in a conflict, an ever-ending conflict in Africa. It's tiring to see my people in Somalia going through what they're going through. So it has to stop somewhere. Yes.
My sister Hannah, hold the microphone there. How will you unite? How you will already there is devolution and the same autonomous. Maybe you are talking about same autonomous states, but you can't do same autonomous devolution in Congo at the moment, given that the toxin of high level of ethnicity. If you try to bring same autonomous states, people will declare countries. They will take over countries because don't forget there are minerals there. He needs to sell 100 tons of diamond or gold, and he declares a state of his own. So there things can't work. On that one, it can't work.
Let's hear from Benjamin. We took over from Benjamin. Benjamin, sorry about that. Could you go on? And then we could have the next speaker. We have Mr. Honorable is here. I'm looking forward to seeing you, Mr. President, on that chair. I believe you'd bring a difference in Zimbabwe. Welcome to the platform. Yeah, Benjamin, go on. Marge, you have something to say? Go on, Marge.
Yes, thank you. Just before Benjamin goes on, I'm receiving a lot of inboxes from the Banyamulenge community who feel underrepresented. They're asking to be put on to speak. So those who have spoken, once you've spoken, please give them some space. But please, I know you can hear me because the inboxes, you sent me inboxes. When you come on, please, we want to have a factual discussion. And yeah, thank you. Benjamin, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Asante Sana.
Where are the Banyamulenge people? They can they
Mr.
put their
David
hands
cutting
and
me.
bring them up.
Yeah.
Who
We
is the Banyamulenge here? We give you quickly.
I am here.
Where are they? Number 14? And the
Marge
number
has their list.
Uhuru
Marge
Claude.
has their list.
I have
Let
the list,
Benjamin
Dr. Matanga.
request.
Just let Benjamin continue, and then I'll ask. Once we drop the others, I've asked them to pick the mic. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. You know, I did jump on when my sister Hannah tried to introduce this kind of, not this kind, but this idea of balkanization, because there is in the underground, in the filigree, there are those ideas, because this trap, we've seen it since long in Congo. It's not the first time that it happened in the history of Congo. I'm sure, Dr. David, as you know the history of Congo, you can know that from the beginning, when here on the in debate, we were talking about the external forces trying to rearrange Africa so for their own interests, and they are using puppets within the African continent to reach their objective. So, and when we talk about the balkanization of Congo, people try to use to put in the mind of people that there is ethnicity problems. So because of ethnicity, let us split Congo. This is why I said there is a trap, because people, they don't understand the reality of Congo. As I think Pan-Africanism, we talk about these people of the East, they have another mindset, and the people of West are having another mindset. And we did, I think, without consulting Pan-Africanism, we came with the same idea, because I did raise this issue before here. Say, but due to the fact that we in the east of Congo, we speak Swahili. I can easily communicate with the people of Kenya, with people of Rwanda, with people of Uganda in Swahili. I don't need English for that. Even Pan-Africanism did raise the issue here that we have the same type of cuisine. I can go to eat in the house of someone of Kenya. It's really the same menu that I eat in my province. So, being the fact that we have the same culture in the East, because we are part of the East, we have the same culture. We have the same problem in Congo between the people on the mindset of the people of the west of Congo and the mindset of people the east of Congo is not the same. But it doesn't mean that in Congo we say because we don't have the same mindset, we have split Congo. No, these are kind of issues that we find in any country where people, according to the area where we find yourself, people, they don't have the same mindset. Being said so, I think we should go here to think about the solutions that we can find. I think I had Anna talking about the devolution, talking about, and then Mr. David did jump to say, no, the country will explode. I don't think so. Even in Congo, we have this kind of debate where we have, for instance, we talk about the political system that we are using in Congo.
we are using like what we call unitarism and the federal. We are using unitarism, a central government leading everything from Kinshasa. And then our conclusion that is that, due to our 62 years of history, we have found, like particularly as people of the East, we have found that no, this system is not helping us. We must go for federalism. And then some people, they say, no, if we go for the federalism, people will want to split the country to create like a Balkan solution. We take advantage of that. Is what Mr. Dr. David just said. He said, no, someone will set the gold and then declare himself a country. These are the debates that we are seeing, we are trying to raise in Congo. But the fact is, Kinshasa is too far from from Goma to solve the problem of Goma. We are thinking about moving in another solution. In Congo, the constitution of Congo, we are talking now is inscribing the constitution. We are talking about decentralization. Decentralization is a kind of devolution, as Anna said, where they give power to the leaders of entities to try to control, to rule the part of the country that they're leading, to avoid this distance between Kinshasa and the rest of the country. But I know that here there is a trap. People, they will come with the problem of ethnicity. There is no ethnicity here in Congo. I hear people, a lot of Banamulenge, they are Tutsi people, they try to speak. They will come with the issue to try to show us that no, there is a problem of ethnicity. There is no problem of ethnicity in Congo. As I raised, there are 4 main languages. There are 450 languages, tribes in Congo. We have 4 main languages. Then there is no problem of people like being against the Tutsi. No, it doesn't exist in Congo. Well, the only problem that we have is these people being used by external force to disturb the country. So we sit together. We want to see how we can arrange our country. No Congolese has the idea of splitting the country. If you come, anyone will come with the idea of creating Balkanizing or creating splitting Congo. Will face. It will be a big mistake because all the Congolese, when you come with the idea, all the Congolese, they join together to fight you. This is my last word. I don't know if there is other questions. I will listen to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Benjamin. Anna, whom did you cue next? I would like really that we give Congolese a chance. I have 3 of them waiting. And Kunai, I think I remember you're from somewhere else, but okay. Let's have, because they already have the mic. Anna, whom did you cue next?
Miss Mudge, I've been up
please,
here
Benny.
a very
your
long
hand is
time.
you're almost fainting. Okay, then
Very long time.
Okay, so can we give you 2 minutes, because I think the last time you said you're from the US, so that we let the people who are really directly affected with this have more time. Some of them are waiting. So take a go, 2 minutes, and then we get the Congolese up.
So I'll start with a quote from Marcus Garvey. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. I talk with a native Congolese that is starting a farm in the Congo, and a lot of the problems that he faced out there is infrastructure, getting water, and different type of resources. And it does kind of baffles me how one of the richest countries resourcefully is still struggling, even though I can pretty much understand by listening from everybody on the stage what the issues are, which seems to always go back to bad leadership. It always goes back to the leadership that intends to protect, serve, and give order to its people, mainly by a competent military that defends itself, a a leader that intends to benefit its resources that is mined in its own country to support its own economy. Tax it or not, but make sure that the resources from that country is benefiting its people to support itself economically. And also the currency to help each other trade with each other. So making sure that the economy grows healthy, and yes, a borderless Africa. So I can go a lot more than that, but essentially, yes, leadership. It's not always ethnicity. That's a byproduct. It's a tactic used to divide and conquer, but really, it's our mindset that we just have a skepticism and bad imaginations towards one another versus just actually using ourselves, having things for ourselves that are right there in front of our face so that we can benefit from ourselves. Um, that's the general picture. I'll end
Yes.
right there.
Yeah. Could you
Hey,
please
Marge,
land, or are you done? Yeah. Benny? Okay, thank you. I would like to drop you briefly, Benny. I will bring you back later because we have other Congolese waiting. Please don't go, just drop. And then Faust, 72, you're next. You're also Congolese. Yes?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I'm not.
Go.
I'm not Congolese. Yeah, I'll just take 1 minute. I'm not Congolese. I am Kenyan. But one thing I just wanted to
Okay,
bring
then
from
strictly
the
2 minutes, and then we give the chance to our Congolese. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. So, going back to the main question, are the problems for DRC minerals, ethnicity, bad leadership, or leaders or fate? I wanted to just bring two caveats to this in my point of view, thinking wise. One has to do with a poker game that is being played both for intra and international field, and then I'll bring the solutions. So when I talk about a poker game, there's a card that was handed off with the way the Belgians played with bringing back Patrice Lumumba's. I hate to put it this way, but they decided that they were going to bring back a tooth as a way of remembrance and a way to kind of pivot back of saying that, that Belgium is sorry for its historical experience with colonialism and I think even before that there was a Michel, when I was living back in Brussels, there was a huge contestation with Belgians who were mixed with Congolese to have a reformation, to have an apology statement sent back for those Congolese who are living in Belgium back to actual Congo. And that being said, or being put out, is something very interesting because, and that's why I bring the poker game aspect. It's a card that was dealt, and it's how, as Africans or as Congolese, let's put it this way, how do we play back with that statement? How people take that, I don't know. But that was a huge statement, and why it came today, or let's say in the last 2 years, is something to be perceived. The other thing I wanted to say as well, as far as just minerals, is Congo is actually the only country that can. The Congo River, let me put it this way, is the only river that can connect Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Oceans as a means of trading route. This has been stated even with CC way back, I believe in 2014. There's some partners that were looking forward to even bring that. There's the dam that was being proposed to revolutionize how power can be brought back. So there are a lot of aspects outside just the mineral aspects that Congo has and is the central player in really revolutionizing as a new trade route, if you will, for the African continent. That's as well another piece to think about. And also to connecting the Nile River from the north all the way down to the south. So we have the north and the south, the east and the west, and the power dynamics that it can bring back, all centralizing to Congo. As far as solutions, my last point is that we know this, we have seen it for those who are really paying attention. And the question is, who would be the best leader, or are we really paying attention to see these signs, and what do we do about it? How can we help play those cards back? Because this truly is a poker game, and there are cards that are being placed there very subtly. And how do we subtly play them back in order to win? I land my mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Faust, for being very precise and short. Yes. So as we continue, don't forget to follow each other. Don't forget to share the space, because otherwise, in 10 minutes time or 20 minutes time, you will find somebody coming in, and of course with very interesting points, but points that we've already discussed, and that will take us back. So just so that we don't miss out, they don't miss out. Just share the space. And yes, Nkuru, you're next. Faust, please drop the mic. There's one more person, but don't go away. You will come back later. So Nkuru, activist, and then we'll go to, those are the two Congolese, and then there's another one who went for a meeting. He's just come back, and then we'll go by.
Marge.
Yes, please.
We need to give more time.
Thank you.
To Nkuru and activist.
Yes, of course.
So we're not going to limit them to 2 minutes. So
Yeah.
I just want to have a suggestion. If Nkuru and activist don't mind, if we could have Honorable Mufari and Unai out of the way, and then we could have them at least 4 minutes or 5 minutes for each of them. I think that would be better. So we don't cut them short. So if you don't mind, Honorable, and then Unai, and then we could have the two of you, and then Bijo. Thank you.
Which honorable are you talking about? Is it Honorable Brighton or the
Mufapari?
Mufapari is dropped. Oh, he's down there. Why don't you start with the president of Zimbabwe Patriotic Front? But Honorable Mufapari, you have already been chosen by Anna. Take 2 minutes. Anna, don't make 5 minutes. We don't have time. Have you looked at your clock?
No. I said 4 minutes or 2 minutes for everybody else, but for the citizens of Congos, they have more time. Obviously, this is their space. Okay. That is the reason why.
Okay.
So Charles, I think Charles, and then Honorable Anai. That's how I say it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's me or Honorable?
Honorable, my president of Zimbabwe, president to be, and then Onai. And I welcome you back, sir, again. Thank you for visiting us always.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hannah. Let me recognize Dr. David Matsanga, Meji, my brother Charles, and who else? Zell, how are you? Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. It's quite interesting. My submission for today is it is very unfortunate that DRC is the richest African country, which is rich in oil, gold, and other minerals, etc. And it is also the poorest country amongst African countries. Amongst African countries, for me, it's disheartening. Why? Once we say it's the poverty is raging DRC, this point out to the leadership problematic, because we cannot say we are rich in minerals, but we are very poor as well. This thing is so painful. Why? When we say leadership, when my point is pointing to leadership itself, be it the policy formulators, the leadership itself, they must put in place policies that can benefit the nation. Once they don't have that in place, it results in leadership problem altogether. So we are saying we need to address. There's need to address that. Considering if you look, going back to my country here, if the leadership is in control with the minerals, like my president Mnangagwa recently stopped exporting the lithium, which is going to benefit the people of Zimbabwe. Reflecting to DRC, it means leadership somewhere has got a problem, right? My point number 2 on minerals. My question is, who is benefiting the minerals itself? It's not the people of DRC who are benefiting, because while we agree that there is poverty within the country, it means there is no beneficiation within the people of DRC. The minerals are being exported outside the country. Why can they put policies that will safeguard their minerals so that they benefit the DRC people? Also, who is funding these wars within the DRC territory? If we are saying they are poor, we need to look at that also, so that we address that. And also, according to the submission that I was hearing from Benjamin, my brother Benjamin, it means there are African countries who are being used, or who are the conduits of the suffering of DRC within this continent. This must be addressed as well, so that the DRC people will benefit from these minerals. That's my submission.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Charles.
I think it was my turn.
Honorable Charles Mutama, the president of Zimbabwe Patriotic Party, please take the mic. Charles once.
While he's coming for the mic, let Unai finish his 2 minutes, and then we come back to Charles. As we agreed, it was activist and the others, and Nguru would follow.
Thank you, Hannah. And I'll first like to say good evening, good afternoon to our dear co-hosts, Mr. David Masanga, Honorable David Masanga, Hannah Ali, and Sister Much, Professor Much, as I call her. And hi to all of you. Thank you for hosting this program tonight. And Sorry, I was exercising, so I might be running out of breath, but I do apologize. There is background noise. I also like to say hello to my brother Gaiten, who is well knowledgeable, um, well educated in terms of and understanding what's going on in the Horn of Africa and in Congo itself as well, or the DRC. My brother Gaiten, I see there. I've met him in several spaces before. I just wanted to reiterate a point that was made here early on regards to the East African community. The membership of Congo into the East African community is a concern that we as Somalians also have, because Somalia being a fragile state, which a lot of our institutions are not working, and a lot of what's called there's a trade deficit in joining the East African community. There's a huge skilled labor deficit in every way, and our president in Somalia is trying to accelerate in Somalia joining the East African community, which I see, which myself and many others see as a negative step, because due to the trade deficit, due to the lack of factories, due to the lack of functioning institutions that we have, we say first, could you please ensure that the country is functioning in all its ways before you accelerate in joining the East African community or East African Federation? Because you'll be worse off if Somalia joins as it is now. If it joins the East African community, you'll be worse off, because we are talking about countries like Rwanda, we talk to countries like Uganda, countries like Kenya, who are well ahead in terms of business, trade, you know? So what we're trying to say is that, I don't know if the brothers from Congo, there was a brother speaking from Congo saying that the west of Congo, Western Congo, and said that he fully, the Western Congo is said that it's unfavorable for Congo to join the East African community. I wanted to reiterate that point, and I do similarize his opinion here. And it is a worrying thing as well, because will Congo exchange its sovereignty in joining the East African community? That's another question, because the East African Community of Federation, the mandate or its charter is to create a single currency, a single passport, a single everything, you know, and unified. So is Congo and other countries who are thinking of joining the East African community willing to trade or substitute its sovereignty in joining the East African Community of Federation? Thank you, and I yield back the mic.
Thank you, Onaye. Yes, we would want that. Our goal is to see Africa unite, but Africa has to unite, and we have to help each other lift up first. First, we have to see Congo settled, Congo in the same level, same capacity as the rest of the confederation. The same thing for Somalia. Once we do that, yes, we do want to see Africa coming together, but then we have to come up together as equals. We don't want to come together as one again undermining the other one. It's not gonna make anything better. So if we are starting something, let's start something with the right foundation. So we are trying to get the right foundation for this matter to lift up, but the foundations has to be concrete, has to be right. If we get it wrong at this point, then we're still going to be in the same cycle at just a different phase. I'm going to give a call again, Mr. Charles, President to be, and I am hoping one day in this space we can call you the President-elect, and please do join us that night as soon as you're elected so we can celebrate with you. Mr. Charles, if you could please take the mic. Charles, are you there? Okay, Mr. Charles can hear us. Get a hello to you. It's Nguri, who was it? Activist and Marge, who was next?
Nkuru.
I think.
Nkuru.
Yes, Nkuru, and then activist, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for the mic, and we thank you for organizing this space because it's very important for everybody, especially for us Congolese. We want that the whole world know what is happening in Congo, especially in eastern part of the country. Yeah, myself, I'm a victim of those conflict because I'm part of Banyamulenge ethnic, and yeah, we suffer so long. We face persecution, discrimination. Short Banyamulenge are unwanted people in DRC because of how they look, because of our Tutsi only. That is the reason, the main reason. And saying that there is no um, ethnic problem in Congo, that is an insult because Banyamulenge people are being killed, and not only killed but also eaten by other Congolese. Since 2000, we started to face those kind of problems since 1964. Till now. In 2017, there was other story because we are starting to qualify that kind of killings or that kind of barbaries as genocide, as a genocide against Banyamulenge. I know you are educated people here. There is document reports, everything. You can search and find that kind of reports. More than 200 villages have been.
Nkuru,
Yes.
just 1 second, please. I'll give you the mic. Biju on Le Republique. When Nkuru is speaking, please do not make those signs that you're making. You are on the speaker panel. Please note down anything you feel that does not go right with you, and address them when it's your turn to speak, because it's otherwise very disrespectful, especially from you, Biju. Continue, Nkuru.
Yeah, we face those kind of as what you said. It's they very as an example that we saw here. It's about Hannah Halley, who just asked the question, and the people try to 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 say that maybe she's also part of balkanization. That's the most problem that we do face in DRC. And yeah, we in 2096, there we do have people from Tanzania here, and also Pan-Africanist. Also, maybe he knows about this story. We do have more than almost 200 kids of Banyamulenge ethnic. After killing their parents, they took them, kidnapped them, and they took them in Tanzania. Those kids have been there. Maybe we don't know, they just disappeared. But, people who took them there are Babembe ethnic. So, and would like also to ask Tanzania people who are here, please to try to help us and find those kind of people who did that kind of of um, of acts. Yeah, as I was saying, Banyamulenge are Congolese, but the problem is we are not considered as Congolese. Part of our leaders, some leaders, like Martin Fayulu, that Dr. David said before, Fayulu himself said that Banyamulenge are not Congolese, are not Congolese, are Rwandan. So having those kind of leaders, and also they use that term like Tutsi as tool of politicians. If you say you hate Tutsis, so immediately, people will like you, people will vote you because of that kind of discrimination. And we don't have really, we don't need those resources, those mineral resources. No, we just want to live. We just want to live as Congolese, and yeah, excuse me. Yes, we want just to live. To have that right to live and breathe. Only that one. Maybe to have also those minerals, that would be good also for us. But for now, what we want is just peace and to live as any other Congolese. There is a coalition. There is a coalition that started in 2017, where other ethnic where other communities surround other communities like Babembe, Bafuliru, Bavira, all of them are against Banyamulenge. So, and that there is also what we can say that it is, what you can call cleansing or ethnic cleansing, because we have so many examples to tell or to show you guys, and we need really other African people to help us, to address that issue. It's not um, uh, uh, it's not really easy to tell someone who has been in Congo for more than 400 years, to tell him that you are not a Congolese. You need to leave. You need to go where we don't know, and that's the most issue that we do have in Congo, and we need to tell you that, and perhaps to ask for help, for help as leaders of Eastern African community, as Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto, and others are doing to try to fix that problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Nkuru. Anna, unless you have something to say, or Dr. Matsanga, it's activist that's next. But I believe, Dr. Matsanga, there's something you want to say. Also, check your inbox. I sent you some messages.
Thank you.
Dr. Matsanga? Okay. I thought you'd open your mic. So, activist, you next?
Yes.
Okay, then. Okay. Yeah.
We are running against a race. Time we now have, it is getting late in some of the capital cities. So we shall now, the next speaker, I don't know whether the Honorable of Zimbabwe came on board, whether Charles came on board, and we shall request the speakers who have spoken up here already to come down. We have a lot of requests pending. We want everybody to have a say so that we can make a better Africa. Madge, you've done a great job with Han, and I'm just watching from the wings. But let me stick to the point. And I think we are slowly getting towards the end, and we are finding so many things that are linked. It looks like these 3 or 4 items are linked. The only item we have not talked about much, someone talked about, is fate. Fate has it that maybe it has that since Patrice Lumumba was not properly buried, this country finds itself in a curse, and the spell of a curse that, or something like that, which has continued to bring chaos. So I don't know who was going next.
Activist,
back to you.
activist, and then Dr. Matanga, please check your inbox. Activist, you're next.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Activist, do you also want to include that point that Dr. has just brought up, faith? Is it the fate of Africa? For me, I do not think so. But then, is it that we do not have leaders who have let go of their African culture, God-fearing, have we let go? Because most of African cultures are close to the religion. We have religion and the culture so close. And is it that we've let go of our culture and the religion? Is that what the problem is with the African leaders? Maybe in that sense, it could make sense if we look at that in that, and then we could say it's the faith, because we are not God-fearing anymore, but not all of us. So activist, can you go on? It's just a thought. Yeah, take the mic, activist.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. I am so much appreciative of your hosts and hostesses for being these impartial moderators. These days, we've been having hosts and hostesses from other countries, but who did not treat the audience equally. They come with their agenda and decide to defend their ears on us. Us who are the Congolese Tutsis. They do not want to hear from us. They just have their own agenda. And after hosting their spaces, they just leave that way without actually hearing from other side. I just want to say that for me, it won't be suitable to tackle problems caused by ethnicity differently from those caused by leadership. Leadership has really created conflict in DRC. It has created conflict in DRC. Let me just repeat it one more time. It has created really conflict in DRC. I'm bothered by leaders who spark hatred between tribes in DRC. They have been really sparking hatred, discrimination, and all kinds of crimes in DRC. At this point, different regimes that's been leading the country have been welcoming any idea that intends to eliminate Tutsis from DRC. This has been actually obvious for years and years and years and years. And what bothers me most is the fact that the world has been always keeping silent on this one tribe. Being discriminated against and also being eliminated from DRC. Let me just start with President Mobutu, who was the first president to indulge the crime of exterminating my community members. This very president allowed the Rwandese genocide perpetrators to use their arms to resume the genocide in DRC against Congolese Tutsis. Remember, they had killed almost 1 million Tutsis in Rwanda, and when they fled to DRC, they noticed there were other Tutsis who were already living there for years and years and years, even before the colonization. They really decided to continue the genocide over there. But what is actually very interesting is the fact that the President Mobutu actually did not disarm these so-called refugees who had killed almost 1 million of Tutsis in Rwanda. And, he actually let them go. They went, they killed many of my community members. Many of my community members were massacred. They were exterminated. They were killed with all kinds of death and everything. So, and as a result, tens of thousands of refugees, of Tutsis, fled to neighboring countries to suffer, bad life, to suffer hunger and lack of education and all that. These refugees have been living in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Burundi for years and years and years. Let me just take a sample of those who are actually currently living in Rwanda right now. These are the people who have been always developing the idea that they are really stateless. They are stateless because the Congolese government did not actually acknowledge that they have refugees in Rwanda. We fled to refugees camps in Rwanda, and we were actually expecting that maybe at some point the government of the Congo will acknowledge us and it will come maybe to take us home. Since 1997, we fled to Rwanda. We grew up there. Our parents, many of them actually died in refugee camps because of poor condition of life. Many of them really got traumatized because of the lifestyle they were going through. I have seen a lot of depression cases in refugee camps. I have seen babies who died of hunger, myself. And myself, I was about to die of hunger if that God did not intervene, basically. President Mobutu was not a president for us at all because he allowed genocide perpetrators to enter DRC to continue the genocide on us. Let me go to the next president, who is Laurent Désiré Kabila, whom I have his speech, basically, inciting the Congolese tribes, all Congolese tribes, inciting them, calling them to take machetes, spears, guns, knives, and attack Tutsis and exterminate them. I have a video right now. Exterminate them, lest Tutsis dominate on, other Congolese tribes. And as a result of this very incitement, as a result of this very call to take machetes and exterminate them, Tutsis, many of Tutsis who did not flee to other countries before were massacred as well. We have a lot of soldiers who were so loyal to the government, who were so loyal to the flag of the DRC, who got massacred as a result of this very call. We have a call that was made by the then vice president by the name of Erodiando Bassi, who actually called all other tribes to eradicate Tutsis from DRC, like all of them, to make sure they eliminate Tutsis from DRC. They did it. They killed thousands upon thousands of Tutsis over there. The world was silent. The region was silent. Let me go to the next president. The Kabila Joseph Kabange, who did not actually acknowledge the fact that they have refugees in DRC, in other countries, neighboring countries. And during his term, many other Tutsis fled to Rwanda as well. Before he came to office, there were only 2 refugee camps. But as soon as he came to office, we had 5 refugee camps in Rwanda. I'm not talking about other countries because for me, I grew up in Rwanda, in refugee camp. Let me come to the current president. The current president is even, the worst president I've ever seen however much he disguises himself into nice president, someone who is not discriminating, someone who, he disguises himself in such kind of president. But the truth is, he's always promoting the government officials who are inciting hate and discrimination within the Congolese tribes. And that is the case of the former member of parliament by the name of Muhindo Nzangi, who in 2019 came up with a so-called research. He conducted research and he came up with some results. And he said that according to the research he conducted, he found out that there has never been Congolese Tutsis in DRC. All members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, all members of parliament clapped for him. They gave him a big round of applause. He became so popular that I saw everywhere on social media. He was becoming,
sorry, activist. I don't
yes.
mean to interject. You said there's a research that he did, and he shared that with the members of in the parliament. Is there any chance you could share that with us if you have it as on your tweet probably, or
it is
on the comment
it's everywhere
section,
on YouTube, ma'am.
Okay, no, if
Everywhere
you
on
could
YouTube.
just share the link, for
Definitely, yes.
other people's
Oh, yeah.
benefit, for the
Yes.
people's benefit, if you could share
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will share the link as soon as I finish speaking, because I have the YouTube channel. It is known. He actually said he made this kind of research, and the findings were like, okay, Congolese Tutsis has ever existed in DRC. So I will share the YouTube channel, and you will be able to take a look at it yourselves. Now, he became so popular that recently he was promoted to be the Minister of Higher Education. I wonder why the so-called nice president, impartial president, someone who treats, all tribes equally, someone who is not really, biased against any tribe. I wonder why he would promote such a cruel, a ruthless individual to being a Minister of Education. Recently, over the last 2 weeks, this was the most heartbreaking speech he has ever made to the refugees. It was the most heartbreaking to the refugees living in Rwanda, especially, and their community members who are living abroad as well. He said to the cabinet members, very heartbreaking, he said that it is not possible for a country like Congo to have refugees in Rwanda. Therefore, they do not have Congolese refugees in Rwanda. Those more than 85%, those more than 85,000 refugees living in refugee camps right now in Rwanda, they are now excluded, publicly excluded from being the citizens of the DRC. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a speech, and I'm going to share with you as soon as I finish speaking right here. This is a speech he made publicly on daylight to the members of cabinet. And before I even land, let me just address to my fellow refugees who are here in this space. Ladies and gentlemen, refugees, my fellow refugees, we have been recently excluded from being the citizens of the DRC, for your information. And I think you saw it.
Activist?
Yes.
But just as you land, could you also just suggest for us some solutions you think of?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We have this Marte Fayulu. We have a so-called this so-called doctor, gynecologist Mukwege, who are going everywhere in the world, to Italy, to other countries of Europe, to the United States, convincing the international community that Tutsis are not Congolese. And for them to like kind of like, disguise themselves to kind of like pretend as if they are really loving people, they end up saying that those who are being beheaded, those who are being cannibalized, those who are being eaten like food, those who are being made source of bread and everything, are having no problem. They are facing no problem in the RC. That's why they're trying to convince the world of. And I am so much surprised. I was wondering whether the international community is still caring about the human life in itself. I was wondering why why would the United States turn the blind eye on the babies who are being beheaded right now in DRC? Why would the United States turn the blind eye on our brothers and sisters who are being cannibalized right now in DRC? And why would they turn a blind eye on the refugees who are starving to death in refugee camps right now? I'm just wondering, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Now, the problem is none other than bad leadership. Bad leadership. Now, the solution is this. We need to come together as Africans, and have bad leaders quit the offices. Let us make sure, let us not wait on the Western countries, the superpower countries to do this for us. Because they will never do this for us. Never. We have AU, African Union. What is the role of African Union in this game? What is the role of East African community in this game? I mean, we should come together as Africans and have countries acknowledge the fact that all their citizens should be treated equally. Let us actually not pay much attention to what the world, the Western world is going to do for us. Let us actually have a sense of, defending our own rights without waiting for the West and everything. Now, as I land right now, I'm asking anyone who knows, anyone who has the understanding that we are all woven in the same web of humanity. Everyone who has this very understanding, everyone who accepts, who have this belief, to stand up and speak up for these people who have just been excluded from being the citizens of their own countries, and speak up for these very babies. If you have a baby, if you have a young brother, if you have a young sister, stand up and speak for these young babies, these babies who are starving to death in refugee camps, and their parents have been denied to go back to their own countries. I don't think I have much to add, but I request everyone to do so on my behalf, on the behalf of those babies, on behalf of those mamas who are committing suicide right now in refugee camps because they actually fearing to see their babies die in their hands because of hunger. Hunger is killing people in refugee camps, and the country is actually is denying those individuals their citizenship. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, activist Hannah. Can you hear me?
Yes, 1 second. If I could just have the mic as it is. 1 second. There is
Yes.
something. Somebody left on the DM. Somebody said Congolese government is killing Benyamunge, and That is very bad. I don't like that. They have kicked all Bayamunge in Katanga, and Guy is lying. I don't know which guy he or she, I don't know the person is referring to. It's only fair to give the messages, to read the messages out so people can answer them for the people that do not want to come to the mic. A voice of Bayamunge needs as well. Okay, we've got Bayamunge speaking. I'll move away from that. Somebody just said, ask activist. Who is activist, if he knows who did this massacre. I think he's not in a position, or he's in a position to answer that. I don't know. But move on. I think those are all the messages I have. Now, if we could give it to two people that've been waiting for long. Hassan, he's worked with the UN, Gatter, and then Bijon, and then La Rip. And then if you speak, please, if you could go down on the mic. We've got a lot of requests. 14 is requesting. Epu, Tembua, Mofu, Benjamin, Mukucha, Sadiq, Art Limited, all those are on the queue. So if you don't mind, if you the non-Congolese people, somebody who's not from the DRC, if we give you a mic, we're giving you the mic because you're an African, you have a say, you have a part. But if you could only make it short, 2 minutes, please, at most. Hassan, Getter, and then we'll give it to Bijon. Bijon? Yeah, go on. Are you there, Hassan? Getter, are you there? Getter?
Is it a Gaetano?
Is it a Gaetano?
Gaetano, yeah, Gaetano.
Yes. Is it me?
Yes, please go on.
Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Yes,
Oh,
Gaetano.
it's okay. Gaetan, it's okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk. I was not planning on talking. I love to listen, and with you, Hannah, as well, and much recently, with your spaces, I just love to listen, especially because your spaces are during my work hours. I heard a lot of misconceptions, a lot of lies that I think needs to be addressed. And I'm going to start. And before I even start, I want to first say that people who know my tweets, they know that I'm one of the hardest. I'm one of the critiques of the current regime. So I do not support the current regime, and I'm always advocating for peace. I'm advocating for justice, and I've never condoned any form of violence, any form of hatred. So yeah, I'm going to start with this, and that was after a conversation that I had with my dad last night, and this is what he said to me. He said, "Congo is not dividable, my son. It has been the case since 1960 that the great powers have been working on it, but they have not succeeded and they will not succeed. In an extraordinarily natural way for the Congolese of the North, South, East, West, and Center, it is the homeland or death." So I'm just going to leave it there with as my introduction. So first, Dr. Matsanga at the beginning talked about presence of Kenya and why he was asking why some people are really against the presence of Kenya, and I also heard about the conflict being ethnic. So I'm going to try to tackle those 2 points. First, trying to be in the shoes of a Congolese person, because I am a Congolese person. We have known conflicts as long as I can remember. I'm going to be 30 this year. This conflict has existed before I was born, and it still exists. The presence of the UN troops, foreign troops, has been literally the norm, right? So it is not. It's nothing new to see foreign nations, SADC, now yes, EAC coming, and UN before that coming in with the, the purpose, if I can say, or the mission of stopping the conflict. But the conflict has never stopped. People continue to be slaughtered, right? Congolese continue to be slaughtered. So for someone who likes to read and who reads reports and news articles, I try to. I was thinking that maybe the presence of Kenyan forces were maybe the best thing that could happen to the Congo, and then I found out that Kenya, and I wish my brother Kunyan was here, that Kenya has actually been accused of smuggling sugar of Somalia. So sugar that is being produced by Somali, the Kenyan troops have been accused of smuggling that commodity. Can you imagine that things like that has been like, brushed under the rug, and now we are in the Congo where we don't have just sugar, we have literally lithium, coltan, gold, diamonds, and yes,
Gata,
yes.
if I could maybe I don't know about the smuggling, but I
I
do not
posted a
know.
link. I posted a
No,
link.
no, yeah, that's fine. But all I
Okay.
just wanted to say is that we do not have any factories at the moment that is producing sugar in Somalia. We used to have, and that is but it's the factory since the fall of the Siad Barre's regime, we do not have, unless we are importing it and people are importing it into the country at a lower price with no high taxation, and that way bringing it to Kenya is a possibility. But we do not have any factory that produces Somali sugar like
Are
before. Yes, before. Yeah, that's all I
are,
wanted
are
to
you
correct.
are you are you saying here in this space that Somalia does not produce sugar?
No, we do not have a factory that is producing sugar. We used to have a factory
No,
that
that's
was
not the
up and
question.
running.
To produce something, to produce a commodity or a mineral, you don't need to have factory. Congo doesn't have any factory of coltan, but we do produce coltan. So I think that you are right there, creating like I don't know, you confusing people. The production of something comes from the ground for what you guys have,
We do
not necessarily
Gaetano,
from.
just hold on.
just hold
Anna, just a moment. I also come from Kenya, and I come from a region whereby there's a lot of sugar cane. So how sugar is produced, I mean, this is something we should not be like having different it's basic, it's very standard. So I think Hannah, as somebody who's in Somalia, is just trying to point out that the production used to be done earlier, but not now, or not at the point whereby people are accused of smuggling sugar that is being produced in Somalia. That is her point. So here I think she needs just, if you could have more evidence, you could throw it there for us in the comment
I,
section.
but
And
Thank you.
first of all,
yeah,
first of all,
Geta,
you
I'm not
pointing.
disputing. Geta, 1 second, please. I think we have Sadiq here. He can verify that. I am not disputing that they could be, and there might be things that are being smuggled from Somalia. That I would not put anything past, and I'm just being clear about that. Yes, there could be things once being brought into the country, then smuggled again into Somalia, into Kenya. That yes, I would absolutely not say, oh, categorically, I know that is not happening, because that I will be lying. But then what I know, we do not have anything that we produce. We are a country of consumers. Everything that we used to produce, we do not have anything we're producing now, and that is our biggest fight. All our lands have been all our people are internally displaced. Our farmers are not farming. So for us to be producing sugar, I don't know. Sadiq, do you know any productions of sugar in Mogadishu or Somalia?
Well, Hannah, first of all, thank you very much. You and Dr. Matsanga and the other co-host, Sister Maj. I think, first of all, when it comes to the smuggling, I think the friend is mentioning, there is the port of Kismayu, where there is a lot of import sugar from outside our country. And some of that sugar sometimes happens to, be bought by cartels.
No. Sadiq, I categorically gave you the mic because it's Gatten's
No.
time to speak. I categorically just wanted you to clarify one thing. I already gave him that suggestion, but he said no. That sugar is being produced in Somalia. What I wanted you to clarify, do we have any sugar production? Do we have any sugar cane farm? We cannot even farm the basic tomato and onions. That people are internally displaced. Third hands are refusing for Somalis to grow their own food, and we're fighting with that, telling people grow your food. So I'm amazed that somebody would say Somalis having sugar canes. Sadiq, do we have any sugar canes farming in Somalia as we speak? Yes or no?
Sugarcane is there, people farm it, but there is no factory for sugar. We lost that in 1991.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
that's it.
Yes. So, like I was saying, to produce Hannah, he answered your question. To produce something, you don't need to have a factory. You don't need the presence of a factory to produce something. It's something that comes from your land. If it's going to be transformed, that's another story. That's another debate. But raw sugar is indeed being produced in Somalia. I'm not talking about the quantity to say to say that that production is in fact sufficient for the population of Somalia. That's again another story. The truth is, and the fact is, Somalia has been producing raw sugar, and that the Kenyan force, right, have been accused of smuggling it. I'm not a person in the law. I'm not a lawyer to know that when there is such a big accusation on somebody, that person should recuse themselves. They have been accusing of smuggling sugarcane in Somalia, and here they are in the Congo, in a country where we have coltan, gold, diamonds. Yes, I'm worried, and Congolese are worried. But that was one of the questions that I wanted to address for Dr. Matsanga. On the question of the conflict, the mineral conflict.
Sorry again. I would agree with you. I've not heard about the sugar, but if you ask me about the charcoals, yes, a lot of trees.
Oh, they have been accused of smuggling charcoal too. It's in the report that I just
I didn't hear
posted.
the charcoal part. I have
You
actually
interrupted
heard.
me.
Yeah, that I am with you on that. I have had, and there's a big issue. Also, it being taken to with sheeps countries like the Arab Emirates and all that. Yes, we having issues with that. We've had those stories. That I can concur with you, but the sugar one is a new one for me. So go on, Geta.
Okay, I'm gonna then go back because you wanna focus on the charcoal. I'm gonna read you this article from Reuters. It was from 7 years ago. I will not mention the sugar because apparently you and I we don't agree on that, and I know how to. I can agree on disagreeing with you, but I'm gonna omit the words sugar. But I'm gonna read this article from you from 7 years ago, and then it says. Kenya Defense Force (KDF) are involved in illicit export of charcoal and I'm not going to mention the word from Kismayu ports, leaving a tax of $2 per bag of charcoal. That's a report that was published 7 years ago. That's a fact, and we are in Somalia now. In the case of the Congo, like I'm saying, We are talking about charcoal, and they were accused of smuggling charcoal, right? But in the Congo, we have coltan, we have gold, we have diamonds, we have all these resources that you can name them. So yes, Congolese are worried. I am personally worried to have an army accused of doing criminal activities in other countries. The same army, and I didn't even want to mention that, but since we are talking about Kenya, the Kenyan Defense Force, the same army in Somalia again, they have created a states within the states. It's called Jubaland, and that's why I said I wish Kenya was there, because he was probably gonna speak more on that. They created a buffer zone, which literally is the thing that the Congolese people, including myself, are worried that how come a state like a foreign state can come on the premise of stopping a conflict, comes in and creates another state, literally handing the power from like taking the power from the central government to an entity that has nothing to do with the central government. I might not agree, and I 100% disagree with everything, most things that the current government is doing, but I do believe in the state of law. I do believe in state, and 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 there is this concern about what is being done, what has been done in Somalia, and what is currently being created in the Congo. And people see that lands, territories that were seized by the M23 are right now being handed over to the EAC, and the EAC said that they will be in control of those lands, of those territory, not the Congolese government. I think it's unacceptable. So that was on that one, on that for that question, on that point. To go back to the ethnic conflict, right? It was said here that the problem of the Congo is ethnic, and I also post an article from the Kivu Tracker, who is a nonprofit that has been documented every single death since 2017 happening in the eastern of the country. And their conclusion is that that the conflict in the eastern part of the Congo is everything but ethnic. We said we are 122 groups. That was the latest report that I read in 2020. We do not have 122 ethnic groups in the eastern part of the country. So the fact that we have 122 groups, rebel groups or armed groups, is itself a proof that the conflict is not ethnic. Banyamulenge, who has also organized themselves in a quote unquote self-defense groups, just that group, they have 3 or 4 armed groups, Tuaneo, they have the FRF, and I can't keep mentioning. And even those groups are not even homogeneous. They are still fighting among themselves. Codeco, can somebody here tell me Codeco, whose ethnic group Codeco is from? The ADF, what ethnic groups the ADF is from that belongs to the Congo? So no, we should not derail the conversation from the real issues. The real issues in the Congo is the land. Why? Because those lands are rich in minerals, and we need those lands to be free from the people, from the real people who live there, so that they continue to exploit. So that's why they're killing. That's why they're raping, to scare people away, for those people to move. And that's the truth that most people will not say. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Anna, I just have a question. Gaetano, I have a question for you regarding the KDF. What solution would you suggest there? Because I mean, these are local soldiers. Let me call them local in the sense of things they do that traceable. I mean, if you would, for example, have soldiers from other countries far away coming in, I mean, what other alternative would you see apart from the KDF?
Thank you for the question. In my personal opinion, I think the solution or the alternative, not even the alternative, but the solution that should be the only solution, would be to strengthen the states, to strengthen the government. That Congo should be able to organize itself and have a strong army. But for years, since 1994, we haven't been allowed to have a strong army. We
Yes,
have been
yes.
asked,
Yes, but that's a long-term solution. We're talking short-term solutions. You know, when people go out there guns blazing, you would rather have a suspected soldier who's gonna shoot back than have children being raped somewhere. And as you wait for Congo to stabilize, because somebody said they have less soldiers, the securities, we
with
need
all
we
with
need a short-term
yeah,
solution. Yeah.
yes, you're right. But with all due respect, even the KDF force commanders say themselves that they're not in Bunagana, they're not in eastern country, eastern part of the Congo to fight. They said it themselves. So if they are not in the Congo to fight those rebel groups, why are they there for? Why are they there for? They having the EAC group has been in the Congo for what 6 months now, 4 months maybe. People are still dying. People are
Okay,
still dying.
can I ask? This is the last
Yes, go
question.
ahead.
We could give it to Bijo Lane because he's been waiting for long, and other speakers are requesting as well. This is my last question. Because from the beginning of this space, I said the solution for Congo is a solution for Somalia, meaning that we are in a kind of the same situation, similar. Not exact, we've been through the same problem of ethnicity, we have moved on, we are now fighting with the insurgents. But at the same time, Congo gets a solution, I get a solution. We're all in the same continent, it does affect you. My question to you is, my question to you is, I don't know, somebody's mic is open. I don't know who it is, if they can mute it. Okay, Marge, can you guys hear me? Somebody's, I don't know,
Can
somebody's
you
mic
can
is
you
open.
mute everyone? You can mute everyone
Okay.
because there.
All right. Yes, thank you. So, when it comes to the KDF soldiers in Kenya, you're saying that like soldiers uh, would be taking the minerals and all that, since there's been similar accusations in Somalia. And at the same time, you've said they're not there to fight. Now, what I wanted to understand is it's not only Kenyan's defense force that are there, right? If you could give me a thumbs up. Is it only Kenya Defense Force that are there, or is it the same African troops that are in similar, the ones in Somalia, the similar formation, or maybe different but similar formation in Congo? Now, in Somalia, they they're there to keep peace, okay? And if you could really listen to my words carefully, they're there to keep peace. They're not there to fight Al Shabaab. They're there to assist. At the moment, they're called ATMIS. They're not no longer AMISOM, and I am having a big problem with that. They're ATMIS at the moment. There is fights against insurgents, but what they're doing is they are there to protect Somalians fighting against Somalians. I don't know. They're not fighting Al Shabaab, so I don't know what peace they're keeping. That is one thing. Second thing is they're there. They protect the most strategic areas, which is whether it's the government areas, Villa Somalia, the airport, etc., and providing security for strategic areas and the etc., um, and the presidential area, etc. But then they, at the moment, when there is a fight between the regional governments, the people of Somalia who are living there, and the central government against Al Shabaab, the ATMIS now, they are only there for assistance. Okay, so I wanted to know how is it in Congo, if you, for the benefit of everybody else in the room, is it only KDF who are there, or is it a coalition of peacekeeping troops from Africa? Thank you.
Yes. Thanks for the question. Yes, the KDF is not the only country that has a military presence in the Congo. They are there along with South Sudan, Burundi, and Uganda. Tanzania, they were supposed to also be there, but they changed their mind for what reason? I don't know. And I want to make things clear here. I'm not saying that the KDF are looting in the Congo. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we have to go with the principle of law, they have been accused of looting, of stealing as well, and there is no conclusion into saying that they are innocent. Like there are ongoing investigation. There were just actually there was no investigation because the KDF just simply denied it, and Somalia obviously with the current situation of Somalia, they don't have the capacity to investigate to investigate another country like that. That's why they call for international investigation, which hasn't happened. So we have a country that has stolen commodities in Somalia that is coming in another country 10 times richer. So there is an issue right there. And I think that the KDF should have recused itself. The Kenya should have recused themselves or allow some sort of investigation to show that, yes, we are actually innocent. That's all I'm saying. I'm talking on the principle of law, right? International law, whatever you want to call it. And Dr. Matsanga can maybe talk more about that. And talking about a military force that is coming to stop the killing or fight, because I think Madame Maj, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, said that the goal is to stop the killing, to stop people getting rapes. Absolutely, but the truth and the matter is those killings and those rapes haven't stopped. So the solution cannot be bringing other forces. The solution should be elsewhere, and those solutions should be discussed, and not trying to impose an idea that hasn't been working. Literally, a coalition of dozens countries come. They've come in the Congo under the cover of the UN. Nothing has changed. What made them think that a country that the coalition of 4 countries, actually two of them accused of invading, not even accused, literally invaded. What made them think that will be the solution? And that's what bothers me, the fact that we are literally forgetting about history, about what happened. We're also forgetting about what's happening currently. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I don't know if Dr. David is there. Dr. David, are you there?
As we wait for him, I have a question, and I hope the other person can also respond.
Bijolin, I think. Bijolendo. Yeah, he's next.
Bijo, so like Gaetano says, nothing has changed before, and there are external soldiers being brought in. So if the external soldiers are not the solution, what is then the internal solution that Congo have? Because unfortunately, I see videos of children being misplaced, and that was as recent as last year. There was really children and families being displaced because they were running away from a conflict and people shooting. So what's the other alternative to the immediate threat? Because it could be that the people who are in places whereby they're not directly affected, but the reality is that we see that there are people who are affected. So is there anything that can be done on a short-term notice? Bijo?
Hey, thank you for the speech. Actually, thank you for the space. I want to talk more about the faith and the mineral. So
The short time, the
So,
short solution.
so Bijo, just a
right now.
moment. Bijo, just one moment.
Okay.
Espoir. Sorry, I think I'm butchering your name. Do you have any answer to the question I just posed?
Yes, the answer. That's
Okay.
the same answer. Yeah, that's the same answer Chisekedi gave the fake journalist in Sweden last week. It's simple. Please, we need to tell everybody, all African people, we need to come together, tell Kagame to stop the war. Period. It's exactly the similar situation in Ukraine and Russia. So it's all about Putin. Whenever Putin gonna say stop, the war will be over. So that's the same thing we are dealing in Congo.
So
In
just
short,
one moment. If I could rephrase my question. Gaetano said there has been killing even before, so he doesn't see the need of external forces, external soldiers being brought in. So assuming Kagame is out, Kenya is out, everybody else is out, what's the solution? What can stop the killing that has been going on? That's my question.
Okay, directly, nothing. So let's go back to the Congo 30 years ago, the 80s and the early 90s, the nicest place to live. You can ask everybody. They're going to tell you. Most ask French-speaking country, even in West Africa. Most of them came to study in Congo back in 70s, 80s. Even the member of the Tutsi, or Congolese Tutsi, or Rwandese Tutsi, some of them came to study in Congo, mostly like in Lubumbashi and Kinshasa. They will tell you Congo was the nicest place to live in the world. So we don't have any ethnic problem in Congo. We will live in peace. In peace. We love each other. Even if people, they are telling, like activists said, oh, they are eating us, please give me peace. I can tell you on December 1st, activists and Fabrice host a space. And Dr. Matsanga.
So hold on. We were not on those spaces, and my question is not. So my question.
Matsanga was there.
But my question
can I answer your question real quick?
Just hold on. It's me speaking.
Okay, go ahead.
It's me speaking. My question is not related to any of the speakers you're mentioning now. My question is only related to what Gaetano has said, that the killings have been going on. He doesn't see the need of having soldiers in his country. I understand when people do not have external soldiers in their country. Now, my question to you, now that I need you to answer very clearly, what are the solutions? How should the killing stop? Because we see those killings. We see the misplacements.
Okay.
So how?
All those killings are a result of external army coming to invade the Congo. We never kill each other in Congo before. Never. We never ever kill each other. I'm repeating, I will tell you 100,000 times. As soon as every single soldier from different country will leave the Congo, the peace will get back in the Congo. Everybody will live peacefully, and you can go everywhere. You can live everywhere. I can tell you, guarantee. Even the real Congolese Banyarwanda living in the Congo, they will tell you, we will live in peace. Period.
I'm sorry.
Can, can I answer really quick?
Yes, you can. Just one thing that he said, which is, we have to be really careful. We're trying to find solutions. To be quite honest, from the bottom of my heart, for the last 1 week, I've been in tears. I've been in meetings. I've been talking to people. I've been trying to, for the same thing, to find peace in my country, Somalia. I've not been there since I was a baby, but then it bothers me. And there is there is third forces, external forces in all African conflicts. There are people who are benefiting from this. But
Yes.
then we also have to be careful with the language we use. Now, you just used the language that I do not like. You said the real Bayamung, what was the tribe you said?
Banyarwanda.
Yeah, the real Bayarwandans. That is suggesting or insinuating there are Rwandans who are not real, and which is those
Yes.
kind of languages separate us. They do not bring us close together. Please.
So can I respond?
Yes, continue.
So, Mayor, your name Anna. I'm the guarantee. I'm telling you, most of the people are coming here talking for you know for Banyarwanda community. They are now Banyarwanda. Most of them, because we live even here. I'm in the United States. I live with Banyarwanda all the
Thank
time.
you.
I
Thank
go to
you.
the
You are
yeah. I
sorry that
go
I'm
to the
going to
house.
interrupt like this. You are sitting very pretty in the US, telling people that nobody is being murdered in the Congo, and we see people being displaced. And now I raise
Okay.
my voice for
Okay.
humanity. I
Okay.
refuse.
Say
That
so.
cannot be.
Okay.
If you have the
Oh,
US passport, nobody can touch you. And you are here
can you
telling
listen?
people that no one is
Can
dying?
you listen? Can
Really?
you listen? Can you
I'm not.
listen?
No. It stops.
When
Yeah?
you
We talk.
when you are co-host, when you are hosting, you cannot take a part of whatever because
You are
let me
sitting,
tell you.
Ceci, and people are dying.
Oh,
You know?
last year, I was sitting in Kinshasa, the same hotel with Tutsi community Tutsi, Rwandese Tutsi. I was sitting in the same hotel. They are engineer coming from Rwanda. They were coming every week, working. We've been sitting in the same hotel, laughing, talking as a brother and sister. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
So what I'm
Can I
talking
answer to
about,
the
if I could
question?
have, just hold on. If I could have
Yes.
1 minute,
Go ahead.
yes? What
Go
I'm
ahead,
talking
madam. Yeah.
about is this, right? We have different experiences which we cannot water down, especially when we are living somewhere else. You know, it could be that somebody is sitting in a hotel somewhere, but there are others who could not even, they have never been to hotels. There are people who are living in refugee camps. And I ask
Living.
myself,
Have you been in the Congo before?
can you stop interrupting me because I'll throw you out
You
now.
did. You interrupt me. That's the same way you are doing because I'm giving you the
That's her
example of the.
space, man. Come on, be gentle. That's her
So
space. Be respectful.
gone he is because he's actually feeding us with info. He's not responding directly to simple questions that are asked. So Gaetano, if you could respond to that question that I was asking, then we go to
Yes.
the next speaker. Yeah.
Yes. First of all, I want to say that the xenophobic rhetoric will not, make things better. Like, I really condone this type of behavior. We live in a global village with immigration made possible. The question of who is what, who is Congolese, who is not Congolese, is not a matter of personal opinion. It's a matter of law, and it is not up to an individual, like you said, sitting in the U.S. determine who is from where. Like, I do not condone those type of xenophobic behavior. With that being said, I'm answering your question. The immediate solution, in my opinion, is, and I want to rephrase what Mr. Landy, I think, was trying to say, was the interference of foreign countries, especially our neighbors. Especially our neighbors. George Orwell said, "Those who observe violence can do so only because others are committing violence on their behalf." Rwanda might not have physical presence officially there, but they do have proxies that are financing, that are funding. Same thing as Burundi, same thing as Uganda, same thing as the US. I can even go there to the extent, right? So that when we say that, when I'm talking, I'm gonna own what I said. When I'm talking about external interference, I'm not just talking about the military interference. I'm also talking about the interference that changes the Congolese destiny into choosing their leaders. I'm talking about the interference that also uh, um, finance or fund support those groups who are creating chaos. Those are the type of interference, and I think to me that will be the immediate way to stop the killings. I've talked, and thank you so much for the space.
Thank you so much. Hannah, who was next? Okay. La République. Oh, La République, and then Sadiq.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith.
He was next, yes.
There is a microphone open. Okay. Thank you, Madam Marge, Madam Anna, Dr. Matanga, and everyone else. I really appreciate this space. It's a good opportunity for us to understand and eventually find some piece of solution. First of all, I'm Congolese. I'm proud to be Congolese and defend the Congo. With that being said, I think I wanted to intervene earlier on, but I had some other duty to take care of. And as I'm back now, I will try just to be very, very brief because many of my idea I wanted to say had been already talked about, and to avoid repeating myself over and over. So I will start with your question, the last question you just asked. I think one of the solution for the Congo as of today is to abide to the law of the country. Because many of our leaders, I mean, that's going to your the theme of the space also. We have not only the problem with the leader, but also the problem with following the law. Our leader, the population, and many of us calling ourselves Congolese, we do not respect the law of the country, and that's a problem. You cannot pretend
Is
to
someone
belong
speaking?
to.
I can't hear anything.
I am speaking. So we cannot pretend to belong to a country and at the same time fight against a country. That is just treason,
Marge,
and
Anna,
it's not.
is someone speaking?
Yes, yes. La République is speaking. If you cannot hear him, just please log out and come back in. I'll admit you. Can you hear him or not?
No, I can't hear anything.
Okay, then
I'll
just
go down and come back.
yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't think it's good for a country, and it's one of the major problems we have in the Congo. It's about loyalty. Let's take an example. When you go to the army, you will realize. I heard somebody talk about Mobutu did this, Kabila did this. All of that it's good, but Mobutu did open the border for a reason. They made him do it. Okay, he decided to open the border for humanitarian reason, which was good. But guess what? By opening the border, the UN, the French, they're supposed to secure and verify everybody crossing the border. They did not do the job. Now it's a problem of the Congo. Let's go to the next one. Kabila came in with whatever reason, and you will realize the way Kabila came in power, that's the same strategy had been used over and over. Kabila was a puppet, but what kind of army Kabila had with him when he came and invade the Congo and take the place of Mobutu? What kind of army Kabila had? Third, we talk about Joseph Kabila. Yes, he came into power in miraculous way. He did what he's supposed to do. He was the president of the country. He served the country. But guess what? During his term, during his 18 years in power, the country was in conflict. People in conflict, even civil citizens, they decide to go sit down in Sun City, have an agreement, sign a contract, whatever you want to call it, eventually have a constitution for the country. Before that, before they even go to Sun City, what happened? There used to be this proxy army called RCD that administered a third part of the country for 5 years. That was not a problem. Massacre happened. They killed people in Makobola. They killed people over there. And where were all the Banyamulenge at that time? They did not say nothing because whoever was leading the RCD was a proxy of Rwanda. This is the problem you're having in the Congo. Fourth, Let's go to the actual president. Do I like everything he's doing? No. Do I appreciate everything he's doing? No. Bad decision have been made. Why? Because in part, many rules, many laws of the country have not been respected. Yes, thank you, Gaitan, for reminding us xenophobia will not take us nowhere. But guess what? We have laws in the country that punish whoever is going to use hate speech, xenophobia, and all of that. Why we not applying the law? For whatever reason, I don't know. And I believe, for the sake of the country, it's not an international army. MONUSCO had been there before the ESC troop. Whatever did they find as a solution? Nothing. So for me, I would say, as of today, we Congolese, if we really love this country, and I believe we do, let's abide to the rule of law. Let's apply our own law. We have several laws, several articles to make peace in that country. 30 years of war, that's enough. We need to stop it. And we need to come together like we did. Let's come together and fix that country. It does not make any sense. We've been there around 1970. Congo used to be the paradise. People left South Africa, come to get treatment in the Congo. But guess what happened today? We destroyed that country. I was not there in 1960, but we destroyed because we could not go forward. We pretend to go forward, but actually we are going backward. And with that being said, I will just yield the mic because many things have been already said. I want to give a chance to everyone to speak his opinion, and let's find peace for that country. Let's build that country. I beg you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Anna, go
What
on.
a,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. What a passionate and vibrant, and that is what we need to see. We do not want to see. We're not disputing there is a grievance, there is issues, but at the end of the day, what is the solution? The solution is let go of whatever has happened. Bygones be bygones, and hold each other and build your country. No one else is going to come and do it for you. It's your country, you're living in it. God put you there, He chose you to be in Congo. What choice do you have? Whoever is in Congo is a Congolese. You have to come up with the solution. Nobody else is gonna bring up the magic wand and make everything be okay. And that's the same thing I'm praying for my country. Over 32 years, we are in a war, but we have agreed and said let go of the past, and let's now we have a common thing that we need to fight, which is the insurgents of Al Shabaab, and we are doing that collectively. So it's about time that the Congo do the same thing, and I am saying this from the bottom of my heart. Congo's problem is my problem. Anywhere there is inhumanity, there is injustice, is our problem collectively. Let's be just. Let's start that just from ourselves. Let us see each other as human first, not as my tribe, not as my color, not the features of my body or my nose or my hair. No. See me as a human being. And remember, that country only belongs to Congolese. Anybody else who is there temporarily. So why do you accept external forces to divide you? Thank you. Give it, and thank you very much, Ele. Uh, sorry, I'm gonna murder your name. You
You,
might
you,
be.
you can say the Republic. It's
It's
La République en français. It's in French. Thank you.
La Republic, and I hope we can all speak one language. No French, no English. Maybe find Swahili as a central language. I don't know. Find a common language for all of us.
Zulu.
Thank you for your speech. No problem. Why not? It's an African language, but English is not an African language. So I would welcome any other language, but or any African language, but not English or French. Sadiq, please, 2 minutes, and then we could have Art, we could have Benny, If I am not, I'm moving, I'm losing the cue. Please speak up and say if you were there before the other person.
I think Benny had spoken before, so Benny can
Okay.
please lead. Yeah.
Well, I have spoken before. I think I was the last person to have my hand up, out of respect, and being that
Thank you.
I am
Thank you.
American. I'm an American African. I'll
Okay,
let
then
other
so
people
Benny
speak.
will have you then at the end of the queue. Sadiq, Art, I don't know, and then from there, Maj, you can tell me who was next.
All right. Thank you again. There was a time I briefly came in to answer a brief question. For me, I just want to thank the organizers, Dr. Matsanga, my sisters Hannah and Maj, and all of you, my friends, who have raised great ideas. I was reflecting on the title, and I was thinking if you replace the place that is written DRC with Africa or African nations, it will be true for almost every other African country. Much so on my own country, Somalia, which has so much. It's like the exact twin of Congo and other countries that have similar history. Recently, I have realized I did not know there was a Congolese prime minister who was killed, I think in 1961. And my own country, Somalia, had the head of state assassinated in 1969. So you can see similar problems in history from the beginning until now. And now I can see there is a sign of another similarity, which is a very good positive one. Smart people of Congo and Somalia, smart people coming up. But I want to challenge myself and my friends, Congolese. Remember, Africa is looking up to us, Somalia and Congo, to rise up, to be better, to become better. My friend Getanga was mentioning, Getan, sorry if I could not pronounce your name properly, the issue of sugar smuggling by KDF, Kenyan soldiers and army and all that, I remember. And also not fighting with these things, the terrorists and sitting. I know when you're saying those things, you are analyzing. But somebody like me, who comes from Somalia, who knows this issue much, 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 much deeper, how you are seeing it is very complex. The situation is very complex, very much complex than that. You can have soldiers going anywhere in the world and doing all kinds of things that might not be good for the host country, whatever. But the ultimate intention, when it comes to the state that sends those people or the citizens themselves, that's not an enemy forces. This an enemy, not an enemy forces. Not whatever, we all have sensitivities against other countries, especially when they're soldiers. And if you share that country, border with that country particularly. I'm not saying there are problems. Kenyan forces a lot more times happen to commit casualties and assaults against civilians, not even other things. Yes, those things happen. But the ultimate intention, we believe, is not enmity, that of enmity. It can happen by any means and human error. And at the end of the day, the two countries talk to one another and brotherly African continues. Similar in family. You can have a sibling that is very rough, that can beat you all the times. That's how it is. But he is the defining factor. The defining factor of Somalia to become a better country that doesn't even need other countries to send the troops, or Congo becoming completely independent from anybody, sending anybody to keep peace. There is a defining factor. And that is when the smart people here, like the Republic and La Republic and you, Getan, and all that Rwandans, decide to change the situation by organizing your people, by bringing them together, by reasoning with them, by sitting down and saying, "Hey, this is not nice. And I will tell you, now you are saying like somebody's looting us, it will continue forever, even at your watch. By the time you become 60 and 70 and 80, that is what you will see if you don't do something. So for me, it is a challenge for me. And one of the things when I look at countries like Rwanda, Rwanda had problems in 1994 and they fought one another, they killed one another. And there is a book that was written about similarities between Somalia and Rwanda. I am very happy Rwanda ended the problem and now they are living in peace and a peaceful country. That means they have defeated us. So, in a positive way, not in negative competition, I want to say this. Somalia is having a lot of problems, same as Congo. So I want to challenge my friends here in the Republic. If you want Congo to be better, begin it today. Somalia, if it defeats you like Rwanda defeated us, then that will be a challenge for you. And I will tell you something to finish. Here's the thing. If you know somebody who is now sitting down somewhere, it doesn't matter where you are, somebody's sitting somewhere thinking about how can I, seriously, I'm talking about not somebody analyzing the problem or saying this or lamenting or whining or crying about it. No, somebody who actually cares about Congo, preferably a Congolese person of any ethnicity, sitting somewhere, planning actively and thinking about how to solve the problem. When you have such people in large numbers, connected with one another, seeking knowledge, seeking connections, how to fix the problem for real, for sure, for longer term, that beginning is also a hope. So try to actually count such people, be the first person if there is nobody. When you have people doing that, that is when you guys are closer to the solution. Before, other than you say point fingers to anybody, those other countries will be there and they will be there and they are going to be there unless you tell them, please, thank you, we have done it and everything is okay, now go home. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to reflect on this. And the rest of African friends, please pray for us so that Congo and Somalia can also join the rest of the continent to pursue better lives for the people of our continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sadiq. Thank you very much. Art Lord, I think, was next, or is it Zell? I'm not sure. But a politician will not bring change. If you're looking for a politician to bring change to you, trust me, somebody who wants a leadership seat will not bring a change. Change and a revolution has to come from the people. Somebody whose sole interest and sole purpose is to see the betterment of his country and his people, not to get a seat, not to be a leader, not to profit, but solely that feels pain deep down inside him or her, that she wants a better situation for the coming generation. Those are the people who would bring change, and those people are you, ladies and gentlemen, in this space. Not someone who wants popularity, not somebody who wants a seat, not somebody who wants to a self benefit. No, somebody who is a true patriot, does not do those things, does not be active just to get a seat, just to get elected. Just no. If you are waiting change to come from the leaders or a politician, no, you have to set the tone for the politicians. You have to come up with the drum of saying Congo belongs to Congolese. We are all one, and this has to stop. It has to come from each and every one of you. Art Lord, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me hope everyone can hear me. Now, the Congolese problem is not just the one that just started. It's the historical problem. The neighbors play a big role. Like, for example, Uganda. Uganda has generals in Congo who are looting minerals. So the same minerals are used to suppress Ugandans. That's why Uganda will continue being under dictatorship unless something in Congo is done. As long as the DRC is not free, all the East African states are not free. The rebels run the country, the mineral economy, and then they stay in these other East African states which are stable. So there is no, it's very hard to catch them because they're in other cities. Foreign powers also play a very big role because they need the mineral to make, their companies need to make some electronics and so on. And these companies have a lot of money. They have more money than very many the GDPs of very many African countries. So they can do anything to get the mineral and
Oh,
continue production.
excuse me. It's saying it might disconnect. Host. It says it might disconnect.
Okay.
Okay, if you can shorten it up, and I'll give him an alert. That's fine.
All right.
Go ahead.
So the Congo has some contradictory laws which give citizenship to former Rwandese, Banyarwanda, and these are the guys who come and cause trouble because they're the same people in leadership in Rwanda, they're the same people in leadership in Uganda, they have connections even to South Sudan. M23 rebels and ADF are state-sponsored rebels. For example, they can come and make a terrorist act.
I'm sorry. Look, we have to use a very very careful with our wordings. You can say allegedly, and in the part of your laws, I don't know about the laws in your country. I will leave that to you. But that when you accuse a group of people doing something, please say allegedly, unless you have a proof, and we can, for the benefit of everybody, we can put it on the message side. Let's not go through that road. And in regards to the laws, I don't know about your